Evening, everybody. Let's take a quick second here and make sure that everything's where it needs to be quality-wise. There's a bit to talk about, but let's see where we are at. Okay, quality settings. Game is properly tagged up. And we're live. All of the things necessary, for a stream. I don't know about a good stream, but we've got all the things we need for a stream. I think what I'm going to do here is run through... oh, sorry. There is one thing I need to do on my hard drive before I go too crazy. I am going to be doing some big changes to my PC after the stream. I was actually thinking of doing... things a little earlier, and then it occurred to me that that sounds like a wonderful recipe for a lot of frustration and no completed broadcast. So we're streaming instead. Now, I haven't been able to fix the problem with Epic. I think they're going to want me to email them asking for more space. But let's run with Titan Experimental. We'll see whether or not there's a problem. And yeah, we'll talk about the rest when the game's ready to go. But this may have some consequences for next week, though. Just a heads up. It also means that we're going to be... Yep. So I have a guess here that I'm not going to be able to continue this campaign next week. But we'll make the most with what we've got right now, but maybe just fair warning, the Industries of Titan playthrough may be reset one more time.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
Still haven't gotten tired of that opening cinematic. I'm really looking forward to 1.0, although it looks like they're probably going to be putting a bit more time into the game before that. So, for those of you unfamiliar with Industries of Titan, this is a strategy city builder from Brace Yourself Games. It is currently available on Epic as well as Steam. Both of these are the early access version of the game. And it does not have an official 1.0. I believe the original plan was 2022. But the fact of the matter is that, so there's no official date. And the other thing to keep in mind, right, is that there is November. December, from my understanding, is a pretty crowded launch window. I think it's the time when there's usually a lot of very large publishers that are getting to release their, kind of Christmas releases. Now, I suppose one big exception to that is Dwarf Fortress, which is being released December 6th. But it's kind of hard to see how Industries of Titan wants to be going up against, Dwarf Fortress, which is maybe not the same game, but it's, there's similarities, right? There's the simulation aspects, the base building parts. I think probably Industries of Titan was intended to maybe be a bit more of a broad simulation than what it currently is now. So there are, I think, enough differences for sort of both games to exist and people to enjoy them for different reasons, like many games. But yeah, I mean, it would strike me as very difficult. So either the game is just about to be released and they've just kept the date a secret, and I can't imagine that happening. I can see a number of reasons independent of the game itself being a reason to hold out on the on the release, hold off on the release date. And of course, more time is always nice to put into a game. Although I suspect at this point, they're wanting. I suspect number one, they want to see how well the game does before they consider adding more to it. And this happened with Crypt of the Necrodancer. In fact, one thing that you can hear about with Brace Yourself Games is, you can see with Brace Yourself Games is that they're certainly not afraid to go back to things that have been out for a while, because Crypt of the Necrodancer has just gotten some new DLC, as well as, of course, a follow-up game, Rift of the Necrodancer. That'll still be forthcoming. But yeah, again, who knows, right? I'm certainly hoping that this game finds a very large audience, because I really enjoy playing it. But on that note, and more importantly, I want to see what else the team does, whether that's more material for Industries of Titan, or moving on to one of the many other projects that Brace Yourself has working, because I don't know if they've said it, but I definitely get the impression that there's more than just what's been announced, which is in the works. But that is neither here nor there. What I did want to talk about was been waiting for the devs to release Phantom Brigade to Steam for like 1 or 2 years. Yeah, so Gearjo, they've been pretty clear that the intention for Phantom Brigade is not to do it like Industries of Titan. So Industries of Titan did its year exclusivity, and then they brought it on to Steam, and then what they've been doing is sort of early access in parallel between Epic and Steam. And I don't know if this is based on something that happened to Industries, or if this was just a decision that the Phantom team made, because I believe Phantom used to be Tetragon Works, and then they were basically bought by Brace Yourself and sort of incorporated. So this is why you'll see some of the names from Phantom Brigade on games like Industries of Titan. But whatever the reason for it is, they've decided that the early access period exists on Epic, and that the 1.0 version is the one that'll be released on Steam. So effectively, Steam doesn't have the early access. Well, no, I mean they're past the exclusivity part. It's not a question in terms. In fact, I believe they've gone so far as to say that they're effectively losing money, or at least leaving money on the table, by not releasing it on Steam. But I also, having had the benefit of talking with them, I don't see them as people who are necessarily just going to be concerned about the bottom line. They do. I mean, they're a growing developer, so I think the monetary side of things is not irrelevant. I think it's why you will see the specific types of games that they make. And I mean, you can hear Ryan Clark's thoughts on these sorts of things, like when you see his Shark Tank videos. But in the case of the decision like, so if you think of it, right, like you get the money from Epic for the 1-year exclusivity. And if you want to make the largest amount of money that you can, what you do is you open it up onto other storefronts as quickly as you can after that 1-year period. Because at that point, you get all of the money from the people who've been waiting for Steam. Money today is better than money tomorrow. And then, of course, there's the question in terms of things like sales and all of that. I don't think they've discounted the stuff that they've had in this early access period. But I mean, everybody's got opinions on the Epic stuff. Honestly, I've kind of gotten tired of talking about the Epic stuff, to be honest. I know people have their views and they don't mind sharing them and all of that, but especially because what it does is it takes a lot of developers and it just reduces them down to these people who are only ever considering the amount of money coming into the studio. It does make me feel kind of bad for them, because so far as I can tell, the Phantom Brigade decision has been specifically about getting the game in the best shape that it can be in. And I suspect for them that means not having to keep 2 tracks of tickets for the different storefronts. But it's never going to be perceived that way. It's always going to be perceived as to whether or not the studio is trying to maximize its revenues, which in this case I don't really think they're doing. But with all of that in mind, obviously I'm speaking very favorably about Brace Yourself Games, and it is fair to say that as far as Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade are concerned, I was given a key from them for promotional purposes. Now, I will mention I actually did wind up buying a copy of Industries of Titan on Steam as well, but it's probably worth saying that, I've been given a thing of value for the purposes of talking about Industries of Titan. So now you know the real reason why I think so highly of them. No, Brace Yourself is a really, really interesting developer. I liked Crypt of the Necrodancer before. I've gotten a chance to sort of get to know a few of them in the background, actually. One of them gave me some really nice feedback on an article, which I appreciated. I particularly liked that they reacted as I expected to one of the more provocative things inside of it, because normally I'll have a provocative thing in an article, and I like that it got that reaction as well as the following paragraph anticipated it. So that usually means that I've sort of I've gone to the right spot. But with that in mind, there's always the question in terms of conflicts of interest and all of that. I do have a grown-up job, so it's not that hard for me to work a couple of hours and buy a game. Streaming is a thing that I do as a hobby and make a little money off of, but certainly not enough to quit. But it's up to all of you to decide whether or not I am a terribly corrupted influence, and maybe with the silver-tongued devil will make you buy games that you really didn't want. But anyways, it's a regulatory requirement. I know not everybody does it, but I take this seriously. So we are going to continue, and we're going to go into the campaign mode now. As I was mentioning a little bit before, so I mean, I might as well say what it is. I might say it a couple of times just because some regulars are coming in and they may want to know why there may be an interruption to what's going on. I have finally upgraded this PC. So I've not upgraded the main PC. I've had the processor die, and Intel was great in terms of sending out a replacement. The video card died, so that I did buy an upgrade for, but everything else about the PC is probably about 6 or 7 years old now. So it's not exactly a time for an upgrade because I sort of overspec'd it at the time, but it is sort of starting to show its age on a couple of things that I want to do. And I had sort of set aside this money. So the original plan for the stream was to replace the hardware, and I was gonna replace the parts and then stream, and then I'm like, well, no, that's stupid because I never have stuff work the first time on tech stuff. I think I'm okay at tech stuff, but I just know that inevitably there's going to be a problem. And one of the things I do actually want to do is just a full sort of top to bottom, reformat. I've already sort of put The Last Helicopter Out of Saigon on the, on one of my other drives. And there's a few reasons for me to want to do that, but it's just it's a big enough of a change that it's probably not bad to just sort of go year zero on the computer. But with all of that in mind, there's a problem that I have with this. We were talking about this before, where for whatever reason the cloud save doesn't seem to be working for Titan. So my suspicion here is that this save file is going to be gone when I overwrite it, which is a shame. But on the other hand, this like the reformat is actually a way that I might be able to fix that. But we'll see. But in any case, just so people don't get too invested on this playthrough, I may need to be starting a new campaign mode. What I might do is I might actually just play a level myself, so I'm at the same point in the campaign, picking things up. But it's also fair to say on Friday, it's a public holiday for Canada anyway, so normally I take those off. So it may be that you all don't see me until Monday anyway, and then I'll be able to sort out all of my other stuff. Anyways, the nightlife in Titan is punctuated with effervescent lights, corporate advertising, and rain-soaked denizens. Let's see where we're at. So we don't have any rebels coming after us. I actually can't remember what I was trying to do. This was my isotope line. I do not recall... Okay, so we weren't working on the isotope node, and I'm curious why. Well, I guess we've got a big stack of them right now, so that's as good of a reason as any. Yeah, I'll admit, I've actually forgotten a little bit about what direction I was going to go with this. I can save myself a lot of trouble if I destroy the rebel camp. Oh yeah, we wanted to build a shipyard, but we don't have the credits for that yet. Well, let's unpause and just see where... Okay, so it looks like probably what I need to do is... Yeah, I think I actually just kind of need to let everything run for a little while. Because it seems like if I go to my factory... I know we're doing the cleanup and all that, but... Okay, that's ready to go. So, there's a side of me that says maybe I just build another work from home setup for the workers for now. Are you talking about ad blocker on Twitch or on here? I'm not running ads, so if you're getting hit by those are from those are definitely ones that Twitch is imposing on you. But if you're talking about the factory setup that I've got here, I agree. They need to pay for the right to have a roof over their heads. Well, that's a nice noise. Oh, that's sad. There's a Amber Alert. Okay. Yeah, I think I am gonna put down another one of these factories. I don't exactly want to keep them around, but I have a surplus of energy right now, so it doesn't. I don't think it hurts to try and help the cash reserves in terms of what we need, like in terms of what we can do with our cash right now. So there's the air purifier, industrial fan, energy depot, fuel silo, hospital park, obelisk, and science lab. So basically we're looking at 14,000 that we need. Now, we can earn that day over day, but that's still 14 days in game time. That's not great, and I do want to save up for the 5,000. More importantly, I also want to expand my workforce. So in this case here, we'll do it both ways. Like I am going to keep hammering away at converting people, but in this case here, I am going to build some more factories and basically work on. Debating on the ruin monument. Yes, this is a good investment. We don't exactly need the minerals right now, but it's a good way to just kind of clear everything out. This costs... Yeah, that's an expensive one. So we're almost done with our isotopes. We'll turn on the mine as soon as we do that. Okay, it's down to 1, so we might as well turn that thing on and let it run. I'm not quite ready to do the upgrade yet. That'll come in time. But right now, what I really want to do is I want to try and maximize the amount of income coming in, so that I can at least get the sort of the offensive ships down. And then it looks like we do have the option of building that mineral node. I still needed to work out some specifics in terms of how I avoid the dust from the mine from causing a problem, because the original plan was to try and have sort of like a residential area here. Although, again, on sort of, I guess behind it, all of that works. Although, again, we've got the rocks, so this is going to be really hard to develop. But we'll see. Like, what I'll probably wind up doing is I'll wind up putting down the mine. We'll see where the pollution goes, and when all that's done, we can sort of take a look at the areas that are most affected by pollution. And if it turns out, like, it does kind of seem like this is a fairly narrow corridor to put this stuff in. We can kind of already see the direction of everything. Like, it's really hard for me to see this area getting developed a whole lot. This actually seems reasonably safe, although it is beside some undesirable buildings. But this sort of stuff, like, I can work around with those. Oh, wrong one. Okay, so oops. I don't recall this being a Twitch Plays. I appreciate the in-character nature of it, but it does still annoy me to be told how to play a game that I understand well. So I appreciate you coming by, and I appreciate you hanging out and being enthusiastic about the game, but I did have a big problem with that on Terra Invicta last night, and I'm particularly sensitive to it. Yeah, no, I wanted to try and get that out of the way right now, because on Monday I pretty much was ready to stop streaming, so I wanted to try and deal with that at the top. I appreciate you understanding. So one of the drawbacks about the setup of this, like, so the way that I've built it this way is that all the power comes on at the very end. So it's kind of useless the way it is right now, but that's, like, fine. It's... I'm not that invested in it going through. Although, I am wondering why it's taking my people so long to convert. That might just be a labor problem. I'm trying to decide as well also if I want to kill these relays or... because I think the end result is going to be moving towards that main mine. But I suppose the main question I would ask at this point would be, like, why not take advantage of the existing infrastructure? One other consideration I have is I do eventually want to get rid of all these waste receptacles, so I can't demolish all of them because that's going to leave us without any space, but I think I will start doing them one at a time, or maybe two at a time. It's like that just leaves us enough on the floor. They'll still be able to pick some stuff up. But yeah, like this sort of stuff makes me sad, but we'll persevere. So we're almost at the cap. Or no, sorry, that's our citizen cap. We still have a lot to do for citizen employee management. So I wasn't originally going to do this, but... Well, I only have one tier 3 as well. Yeah, I guess I'm stuck. I'm stuck with the slow option. At some point we'll build a conversion center and such, but obviously all my resources are tied up in other things right now. I could theoretically get rid of some people from my lines. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm probably just being a little impatient. I do want more bodies for sure, but let's worry about money first. That's not the right oh no, hang on, that is the right factory. One thing I am bad at is listening for the conversion complete sound. It's not the most exciting thing to just sit and stare at that particular monitor. Still, I'm okay loading up on these minerals here. The main reason for it, I'll probably wind up making another work from home setup when I can. Oh, we got a couple of... Keep getting hit by the storage on this ability, which is the whole reason why they built it that way, but... yeah, like I said, I don't exactly want to keep this little home setup around here, but it does work. And especially given that really, like right now, the aim is to get that ship up and running. It's hard to, it's kind of hard to argue that it's a bad use of the resources. I think I'll just keep one person on the mine until we've got all the conversions done. Maybe this time around I will, I'll do the power first. I haven't expanded the transport hub. It's not really that I don't want to use the trucks. It's more the fact that I have, it's the fact that I've been saving up for that.
Conversion complete.
The fact I've been saving up for the shipyard. I think the decision to raise the cost of the shipyard is probably the right way to go, but it definitely messed with my tendency, which was to no longer build turrets. That's unexpected. If we're at this kind of a surplus, I will probably regret turning this line on, but at least give him a head start. This time I am going to load the power in first. I did that off by 1. Technically I don't need to remove that second one, but I really like it. I like it looking just so. So... Okay. This is one of these points where I might consider building the second conversion center just so I can dismantle it later. Oh, I can't believe I did that to myself. I hope those ones are... No, they're not, because there's only 3 in between them. Oh, it's because I didn't put 4 in. Yeah. That was very careless. I still got that off by 1. Alright, well. Now, as usual, habitat pods first, because it's a question of getting the bodies on the planet, and then, or, well, not the planet, the moon. Following that, the monetization stations. But this is why I was a little worried to turn off that second line, so we'll turn that off. What I am going to do, though, is I am going to keep the power on. That seems counterintuitive. Actually, I won't turn on the power for the... It's a small difference, but I'd rather get the tier 2s as quickly as I can. The reason why I want to leave most of this on is just so I don't have an unrealistic idea of the demands on the grid, because eventually I am going to want to build other buildings. And I do have a bad habit of... I do have a habit of kind of just building everything out. I probably didn't pay attention to the... Yeah, that's a bit of a pain. And this is unexpected, so what's the deal here? Okay, so I've just been screwing it up. Also, we obviously have a lot less power than I thought we did. Which we'll live through. So this is definitely going to be a temporary one. We can certainly afford to upgrade the power plant now. That was maybe a little brave for me to do right this minute. But it is a leisure, segment, so yeah. Yeah, we'll just let it run out of power if it comes to that. I usually build the inside first. I'm not sure why I'm doing it the other way around this time, but it's mostly finding something to do. Right, we don't have the power for it.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
So, I mean, that's obviously embarrassing, and I shouldn't have done that, but it's not really the end of the world for the playthrough. Yeah, 5 more of those, and we're done for... 5 more of those, and we're done for the workforce. We're getting a pretty healthy cash flow, I'd say. Obviously, the number that we're seeing here, so it's the 4452 isn't that interesting just because we're at the end of the leisure cycle. But what I'm looking at here is the 4286. So subtract that from 1175. That one's easy to do because you don't need to convert any of the numbers. But in that case, you know, right now we're looking at a surplus of 3,111. I've No idea why it works out that well, but it does. So let's get... We'll get 2 bodies working on the minerals now. And that's just because we had one working on the artifact patch. Now, that does tell me what the limits of my research is going to be. But again, that's not a problem. The reason why I was focusing on the amount that we're making each turn, so it's part of it's forward looking. Actually, if we have that many idle people, I'm going to get them grabbing as many minerals as possible. I suspect we'll probably see that number drop, but how you doing, Tiberiosity? Now you lurk since you can't stream right now. Why can't you stream? Sorry, there was something else I was going to talk about, but it's completely escaped me. And let's slow that down so we can look at the tech web. Okay, so I thought I'd cleared out a bunch of stuff to work on. Clearly, I don't have it. So upgrade times, hospital power requirements, trade tickets would be tempting. I think I slightly prefer max tickets to ticket generation. The tricky part here is that while the hospital isn't that important to me, the idea of pollution resistance is kind of nice to me, so I'll go for the resistance there. I think I'm just going to leave the rest... I'm going to leave the rest of it alone for now. You can't run Steam or stream... Oh, because of a disk drive. I'm sorry to hear that. So this is a good reminder about why I built the habitat pods first. Even though I have unemployment, at the very least I'm in a position to... did we just convert all of those back to... Nope, because this is still off. Oh, it's because the place isn't clean, I bet. Now, I had someone dedicated to cleaning waste. I wonder if it's because the waste is full, though. So, that was clearly not a good decision to get rid of the garbage. Well, nuts. I don't like this solution, but pretty sure at some point I was going to build a storage... Actually, I can probably just do that now. I think the one thing that I didn't anticipate was the big influx of waste because of all the extra civilian buildings I was building. And again, I still think that's the right call, right? We're generating over a 5,000 a turn, which is going to mean that we're going to do quite well for ourselves in terms of clearing out the last of the buildings. But it does mean that I was kind of relying on some infrastructure that I don't actually have. Okay, I've already upgraded. I may have to upgrade the mine at some point, but I don't know. I got to figure out the right order in which I want to do these things. So, like, obviously upgrading... Actually, we'll upgrade the defense turret. That probably makes more sense than anything to upgrade right now. This pylon's eventually going to get demolished. I am one day, I swear, going to build out to the mineral extractor. The biggest thing right now is that we've got 117 tier 1 minerals. So, it's, like, I don't know, like, I really do not need to be extracting things from the mineral node. It would, however, be nice to at least get the infrastructure in place to do this. So that I can build the proper, like, what am I trying to say? Sorry, words are escaping me. I've just had too much stuff to do today. So I can have, like, the production line and the storage like I do for this other one. Okay, so those will handle the waste. What do you give us? Sensor range. I'm not opposed to activating this one. I am opposed to activating it when it's not protected, so maybe we'll wait till we've got our shipyard down, which, speaking of... So we need tier 3s before we can properly work on that. So let's finish off our monetization stations. That is always a shame to see that number full. So I say this is a temporary setup, but it's going to be here for a while. Temporary is going to... Temporary is going to mean something a little bit different from maybe conventional use. But for the rest of it, I think I'm at the point here with my influence. I can ask for credits. I'm going to boost my spaceport storage first. Let me see what we've got. Okay, we paid the salary, so we can basically do whatever here. We don't need to upgrade the factory, so now we can turn on the input module and get people working this again. And once we clear out a little more space in this production line, I will eventually start clearing out the waste receptacles. But again, because that wound up blocking our mineral production, I don't want to mess around with that too much. Okay. I will turn this into an energy relay. I wasn't really wanting to activate these, but eventually I will. I think what I'll do is I'll claim, but I won't activate for these others. And then this one, I don't really need the sensor range, but it doesn't hurt, so... And again, I'm mostly just trying to find what to do with my influence right now. So, now I'm looking for things to spend sort of my tier 3s on. So first thing I want to do is upgrade the production hub, or the transport hub rather, and then also take care of the smokestack. Now this, oh no, that will be fine. I'm actually going to build the smokestack first because I have a sneaking suspicion that we might be sort of behind on our ability to burn trash. I guess the next question would be, what other buildings do I want to upgrade? So there's an argument for the mine. Just the fact that we're at 0 for tier 1 means we're not mining as many tier 1s as we should. I may want to leave some energy left over for another command center. And now that this relay is going, we can dismantle this pylon. I should also be waiting a little bit before I start building more stuff. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's fine. Because I still need to actually put down the shipyard. And of course, build something. So the nice thing is that I only really need to build one Didn't throw themselves into an energy beam, but if you've not seen conversion before, I feel like I should show you the full process. So you go in, basically you run out of money, and you decide, okay, well, I need to make some money, so you undergo a voluntary process here, which takes out your insides and takes away your emotions, and there's a couple side effects, but the good news is that you're in a position to be able to clean up your own waste. And that's how we make workers. Okay, rebel attack. It's like not right upon us, but it's coming. Let's say this is actually looking suspiciously tidy now. We're still doing ridiculously well as far as our tier 3 isotopes are concerned. So this will take me from 24 to 32. 8's not going to break the bank, but I do want to be careful because I do think the shipyard's going to start costing me. But we don't need to make that theory. We can actually see how that works in practice. Now, the roadway to the mineral node is going to be a real pain because the roads can't go diagonally. So I can put a command center down here. Which is probably my best bet. That is definitely going to need... That's definitely going to mean that I need more power. This thing takes 45, so I can actually just build a second energy plant right on top of the first. Or I can as soon as I have the minerals for it. And of course we'll also eat up a bunch of minerals for... we'll eat a bunch of minerals for the ship. So I think we just need to let the City Corp do its thing. The good news is there's just one camp, so like as soon as I've got some money, we'll be able to flatten them with a big ship. But I don't know if I want to wait the full duration to I don't know. It's tough to say. Like, do I want to wait out another rebel wave, hoping that they target the right areas? Well, we can take a look. I'm gonna make a guess here that I'm gonna be able to build the infrastructure faster than I need the replacement. So one reason why I built it here, eventually these are going to get combined, but this one is already attached to the grid, so if I need just a top up, I can turn that thing on. And we are at the limit of our employees, so in this case I'm actually going to dismantle it. In fact, we might as well just undo the whole thing. So that doesn't fully get me out of the problem with the energy, but it does sort of alleviate it. Okay, so we'll stick one person in there for now, just while we wait for the minerals to get built. So again, lots of isotopes. In theory, I would be able to add more workers to try and make this stuff work a little bit more efficiently, but... I am going to run the risk. So basically, I'm going to try and earn some money to buy myself a better ship. The drawback here is that if they close that 10% gap faster than I'm expecting, all of this and part of my smokestack is exposed to the rebels. Now, most likely spot, I'm pretty sure the camp is just slightly off to the side here, so they're more than likely going to be targeting things through the path of the turret. But I don't know. It's a sort of thing where, like, would you want to run that risk? Well, apparently I do want to run that risk because I also really want to build my next energy plant. This will get interesting. So the question is, am I going to get enough minerals to be able to build a replacement in time? We should have a lot of free workers. By this measure, 15. So I'm pretty confident that they'll be able to refine some tier 3s for me, but you never know. If I'm particularly nasty, I can actually top up the 1537 that I would pay the workers, so I would wind up with closer to 7,000 by the end. But I suppose it depends if I'm feeling in a particularly vicious mood. Let's do some window shopping. Well, the Cathartes, that's the top one. That does top out at 7. Now, there is a question as to whether or not I would be able to get the CUs to... Yeah, we're already at 99, so we really should have built... how brave do I feel? I think I'm actually going to be very reckless and... I think I am actually going to save up for the Cathartes. The other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go on a little bit of an upgrade spree, and part of that is because that helps lower my net worth. So the smokestack makes sense to upgrade. I would love to upgrade the transport hub, but that requires minerals. So the upgrades that I want to be doing are on buildings that don't require additional mineral investment. Storage facility works, as does this isotope. So again, we just got 5%, 6% out of that. These are upgrades that I wanted to do anyway. But especially because we know we have the fuel for this upgraded energy plant. The thing that's nice about this is that in addition to allowing me to screw my workers, so there we go. Now we don't have the minerals for this, and it's actually going to require quite a bit of investment for me to be able to get this thing up and running. But I am also able to delay the rebel threat by doing all of these upgrades because isotopes wind up being very very valuable resources. So I suspect they'll still arrive at an inconvenient time, but I'm kind of playing chicken with the game right now to see whether or not I can pull this off. So we'll immediately put the the isotopes right back into a plant 3. It's 180 to go to the top tier smokestack. I am inclined towards that option.
You think the council will protect you? Nothing can protect you from my wrath.
And we do not have the storage to build a Cathartes. Oh, this is going to be bad. Well, now we get to see how quickly we build a Goshawk. Yeah, they're coming from where I don't want them to. So I only have myself to blame for this loss, but I am going to do something kind of sneaky with the rebels here. I am slightly curious here. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I was going to say, I was curious about the 54, but that was because we ran out of power. Okay, Goshawk's up. Now, again, I need to be able to move it. So I'm going to stick a couple engines in. That's all I'm putting on the Goshawk. And this is also the penalty for screwing my workers. I don't have the ability to repair the command center even though it's on fire. Okay, so what I want to do here with this ship is I want to run it just close enough to the hammer so that I can draw it into the defense turret 1. But this thing can't do anything on its own. So the good news is once something starts attacking it, it should redirect towards... There we go. And actually, we do have an easy answer here. We can request credits. I should have done that earlier. The priority is definitely going to be healing the command center, and then we'll worry about the rest of the repairs later. $90 is a lot to be spending on just a storage facility, so I'm going to resist the urge to waste that money. Okay, now I have better uses for the... I have better uses for all this stuff. I don't recall... I actually have never tried to dismantle... Okay, yeah, all the devices have to be removed. So, not... This, I'm sure, is not the way that rebels are intended to be dealt with, but the aim here is really just to take advantage of my, my nice stash of minerals. But I am going to have to make some decisions now. So I was talking about how, so first of all, I wanted to get the infrastructure down, but it's also clear we don't have enough storage for minerals on its own. Now, I can put some temporary storage in. I think we'll make this combined isotopes and minerals for now, but again, it's the infrastructure question. I'm probably going to want to have that dealt with sooner rather than later.
Council money may buy you weapons, but it doesn't buy you morals.
Okay, so, I guess we have to repair it before we can dismantle it. Or maybe we don't. Yeah, no, we can just dismantle it. So the good news here, we'll be able to build the Cathartes, although it's not obvious if we're going to be able to build all the things we normally do with it. And the funny thing is it actually took me so long to do all of this that I probably could have just afforded a Cathartes on its own. But we'll ignore that detail for now. Okay, so more energy than we know what to do with. We're well set up with a turret. We're not going to have a rebel threat anytime soon. And we are pulling stuff out of the ground rapidly. So I suppose the only other thing I would want to do differently right now is build a ruin monument. But even then, that's going to have a big mineral cost, so maybe we avoid doing that for now. I don't know. I do feel like I need to at least get the command center down here, if nothing else, just so I have something to dump my influence in. Also looks like the rebels are closer here, but I don't think I'm going to be able to make much. Like, I think I'm going to need to go here if I want to expand out to this mineral node, so. Okay. Happy the Cathartes is ready to go, but I have other priorities with the minerals at the moment. I still want to upgrade the transport hub as well. How are we looking for pollution? None of the places that matter are polluted, but you can sort of see what the problem's going to be once the mine's down. So yeah, I'll put down the command center first, and then we'll play it by ear. It's always nice to just see if you can get those last couple of people for the industry. So until we start making some more workers, we are up about 1640s, or sorry, 6400, something like that. So here I'm going to slow it down and plan out. So I do have some blueprints. I think I call it the overcompensation. We'd need 65 of these. Well, the other thing I could do would be to... Jesus, that's a lot of tier 1s that gives up. I'm not really comfortable with that. Yeah, so this is one thing I don't like about the blueprints, is that I would prefer to just, like, build it using the resources I've built with the blueprint before. But the game doesn't really allow for that. And I can see why. Like, that's considerably harder to implement. But it is inconvenient for me. So I usually just kind of wind up building something new. Okay, so let's power up the command center before we go too far. So there's a couple options. Well, okay, one, I can be really wasteful. There's really no reason for me to do this, but I am. And once that's down, I would prefer, if I can, not to cover up this pathway. So maybe a pylon here, or even here if I'm feeling lucky. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is actually a really tough... Okay, so if I put this here, and I go one to the side... Yep, that works. Hang on. So I couldn't put it here, though. Now, if I wanted, I could actually just upgrade the command center right off the bat. Does that make sense right now? It's not as expensive the first time out. It's the follow-ups that cost me. Okay, let's get going on the Cathartes. So I always do 4 large lasers. So these things are, so we've got 3 times 4, so that's 12, 13, well, it's going to be more than 13. Say 13 with the medical pod. So I'd say about 15 in terms of energy.
Device complete.
I don't know how I feel about this, but
Device complete. Building complete.
no, don't like that because it entombs something.
Device complete.
Okay, now normally we can get by with just one big fuel fabricator, so I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna go a little nuts and do four engines on this one. This makes it a little awkward because of that one corner. Looks a little silly there, but I can live with it.
Device complete. Device complete. Device complete.
So there is a limit in terms of the bonuses you can get from engines, but this'll work. I'm gonna let this recharge a little bit. I probably only need tier 2s for a lot of the stuff on the ship, but I can build this in stages. The other question... Oh. Should have been working on my influence. So yeah, those trade tickets are going to become a little bit more important than I was giving them credit for. And we already claimed the ruins. Okay, well, there's still more stuff we can claim, so let's just grab some rocks. This makes a ton of pollution, but we're that's not a real worry right now. Probably could have got something a little more productive too. And let's say ones that are more likely to be downwind. Okay, I probably have some real decisions now to make for upgrades. Why not? And we're still waiting on the last pylon. Like a glove. All right. We're up 7,000 in the next period, so here we'll grab a hospital, a park. I'll worry about an air purifier later. Still have 3,000. Cool, I even get to buy some cars, possibly. Okay, let's think about placing some important infrastructure. So, one thing with these with this design is it is fragile to having its sort of power knocked out. So, I tend to overbuild on these large relays, but it's hard to see that as a bad move. It sure would help if I put them in places where the generator actually touched them, though, right? Okay, that was a little silly of me, but you see all of this, and all I want to do is install a fighter raft. I'm not sure I'm familiar with whatever a fighter raft is from. You know what? I feel like there's a better way we can place that. Let's try this again. I feel like this is specifically being designed to really mess with people's... Like, it feels like there should be symmetrical designs in this, but I feel like this has very specifically been built in such a way that anytime you want to do a symmetrical design, it gets frustrated. And I love the fact that they've done that. but I'm pretty sure there are some people who play this game who do not love that fact. Okay, they're busy working away on these. I probably could have blown up the rocks a bit earlier because I do keep forgetting that there is a small kind of deposit of resources in most of the stuff you blow up. So it's a little more apparent when you blow a whole bunch up like I've just done here. But for some reason I was under the impression that you were more likely to see waste. Although in fairness, right, it's more waste than isotopes. So given that I was drowning in garbage earlier, it's probably not terrible that I didn't take advantage of that. We're starting to clean up our act, so this may cause production problems later, I'm not sure.
Device complete.
It's not like my workers don't have something to do right now, but let's get them scouting. There could be some goodies. And then obviously we'll be laying the groundwork for claiming this mineral node. Yes, there are some isotopes. Okay, so I do want one last relay down here. This is just so that I have kind of two paths. Although in fairness, if one of these generators, sorry, if the path to one of the generators gets knocked down, it sort of doesn't really matter. But I guess now we put down the life support. So for that, I'm using tier 2s. Now these do need to be hooked up to power. So 2 there. I do still want to put down a medical pod. I'm trying to put down this stuff and not entomb different parts of the ship as well, so it'll be crammed up top here, but I think this sort of works. Okay, so we're going to need space for 6 crew members. And then the rest is basically battery and the rest are batteries and fuel receptacles. So this sort of stuff is kind of useless, so I figure this is great crew territory. Now we can figure out where I stick all the batteries. And again, the idea here is not to entomb parts of the ship. In fact, I'm even stricter than I used to be on some of this stuff because of... I've definitely run into some weird cases where it feels like people should be able to access parts of the ship to repair, but they don't. So I wind up being pretty liberal in terms of the space, which is good because honestly I was wasting a lot of space on probably batteries that I didn't really need to build. You in the corner there. This is really just kind of cram it wherever you can find it. Oh, Packy. Named after one of the developers. So all sorts of goodies for me to exploit down here. It kind of makes sense to take the stuff that's closer to the mineral node, but I don't think I'm ready to do that yet. I do have a cleared road network, which is good. I probably want to clear out the empty plot at some point. Or sorry, not clear out the... want to build the extension to the transport hub before too much time passes. Okay, well, let's play around a little. It won't let me play around because I don't have the resources. Well, that's fine. Let's just buy our last few. Great. So start with an air purifier, then we'll grab the fan next turn. And we're still not a quarter of the way on the rebel threat yet, so I'm feeling reasonably good. Feel slightly stupid for demolishing the conversion center because, of course, I definitely wasn't paying attention to the idea that we would need crew. But given that I'm going to be trying to make a residential area before too long, we'll maybe just leave that be, and we'll see if we can properly set up our infrastructure. So once I have enough for a mine, what I want to kind of do is figure out where I can realistically put the mine to avoid pollution getting in the way of any residential areas that I build. Now, again, I'm probably not going to wind up building residential areas anywhere here. But on the chance that I decide to, I want to try and think, how far away from the mine can I build without either snarling up my logistics or without inconveniencing sort of my overall health. My guess is I'm not going to be able to do that much, but yeah, so one argument which says, okay, build it here and then sort of let it blow up to the corner like this so this can be developed, which may be enough, to be honest. So yeah, you know what, let's try for that. I'm not actually going to build the mine, but this is just going to be sort of the marker. Because at least then I can maybe put down a... well, we will have a big highway running by, which I suppose is a bit of a drag, but... yeah, I don't know. I feel like we can dodge the worst of the smog. And we're really flogging these isotopes, and we're still processing them faster than we can get them. That might be because I sort of kneecap my my free workers for a bunch of other tasks. So what's happening here? Yeah, they're sitting on 83 minerals. Okay. Well, that's fine. What we should do, though, is assign someone to... 6 free people is not a lot. Let's maybe move one down to clean waste. I normally like to have... I normally like to have sort of someone assigned to everything inside of processing, but I think that's high enough on the queue that they'll sort that out themselves. Okay, I'm going to build a transport hub now, not necessarily because I like wasting minerals, but because I want to, I do want to start getting those upgrades in. So while we're at it, let's see. Nuts. You guys get a holiday. So this is just going to be a reserve for my batteries. We've already built the transport hub that we need. Yeah, I don't know. We'll let them do their thing. There's just a bunch of stuff on the ground which needs to get picked up, so I don't mind giving the workers a bit of time to just sort of run around and do whatever they think is important. I do need to start thinking about where I'm getting my next artifacts from. So this is a really deep cut. But I do like the idea of reducing this pollution out of smokestacks. Again, it's blowing away from all our different areas, but it's mostly just about opening up options. So we used to be able to blob out quite a bit. Those options have been falling a little bit, so I want to, as much as I can, I want to try and think about the types of moves that I might do to make the most of the space that I have. Okay, so this will be one last batch of battery placements. So one thing I kind of like doing, if I can, I try doing like little battery towers. That sadly doesn't quite work. But it doesn't look pretty, but it works. There's definitely more places for batteries. It's just a question in terms of how like how silly I want to get about it. I'll put that on the good enough pile. That doesn't work because that blocks something in. Same problem. Yeah, I don't know. It's not pretty, but it does the job. They'll be able to launch that thing and go on adventures. Okay. I'll take the hard to get resources first, so that means things like the obsidian ruins. I'm slightly tempted to go for these isotope patches as well, just because it allows me to stop degrading the quality of that. Actually, you know what? Let's put that to 0. And I am going to get people working on these tiles when I can. I mean, like right now, I've got 88 isotopes, so we can just process those normally. But there are a few little tiles here which had sort of pure resources, so I feel like we can get by. We can get by without running the mine, at least for a little while. So next task, and it's a little bit of a shame that I did this now, because I'm so short on artifacts. But I can activate some more inert ruins. The catch is that I'm also going to need to buzz down a few of these buildings. So, do I have a reward related to... not clear yet. So maybe we won't activate those yet. We are, however, going to wander around and see what adventures we can get into. I'm going to turn off the generator. I can't turn off both generators, but I am going to turn down the one that's a bit more of a fuel hog. That's just so I can fill my fuel tanks. How you doing, Vanguard Master? And now that we're full up on the if we're full up on the batteries, I still can't turn on the turrets until the other stuff is full. Maybe we'll wait for the weather to get better, and we'll just soak up some Zethane while we're hovering over that. Okay. Doing all right, all things considered. Fighting with your video memory, trying to migrate some things over for the game. But you have humans and elves now, so happy days. I'm very glad to hear you're continuing to make progress, Vanguard Master. I am not sure this was the smartest financial decision for me, but I did actually get an upgrade for my computer. So the funny thing about this one is that I actually remember really specifically one of the people who came into the channel about this. I think, come to think of it, it might have actually been Industries of Titan. I'm trying to remember what it was. Anyways, they were going on about the optimization of a game or something like that. Or, God, what? I can't even remember what. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. But for whatever reason, like, it did wind up getting on the discussion of, like, resource limitations. Yeah, well, like, the thing is that the video card died, so I did need to replace that. But the rest of the stuff for the computer, I have not actually upgraded in 6 or 7 years, so I'm long overdue. Like, the thing is that the processor that's in this is an old Skylake, like, it's a 6700K. So, like, this thing does still hold up. Like, you know, I wasn't playing, you know, Battlefield 5 on the top settings, but you know, you turn DLSS on, you know, it certainly held its own. Like, I didn't have that much in terms of complaints. But the funny thing is that this is actually one of the first times that I have upgraded a PC more so for, like, the real stuff computers have been built for. Like the, you know, like number crunching and stuff like that. So now, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm gonna be playing games, but I just remember I could have sworn it was Industries of Titan or whatever. But yeah, we're talking about resource limitations, and I just sort of said, like, you know, well, you know, it might just be that it's, you know, it's calling too many. You know, it's either, I can't remember if it was RAM or CPU cycles or that. But like, the thing to remember is, like, I think games have gotten a bit better in terms of parallel processing. But there are definitely still some games which are not necessarily taking advantage of the preposterous number of cores that are in, like, modern PCs now. And I think, like, the only one I know for sure is Jedi Fallen Order finally takes advantage of 32 gigabytes of RAM if you have it. Basically, if you were running anything higher than, like, 16 gigabytes of RAM, you were hopefully doing something that was not gaming. Because that was definitely not being used in your games. At least for, speaking historically. Like, again, Jedi Fallen Order, I know, is one that sort of broke that tendency. I'm going to try and go for the turret here because it's a weak one. But yeah, anyways, like, so I'm just going on trying to explain. It's like, yeah, it could be this thing that's happening. You may want to try X, Y, or Z. And again, I'm not trying to, like, I'm not making any casting aspersions on one's manhood or anything like that. You know, just trying to be as practical as I can in terms of something that might be getting in the way of the, you know, the game performing the way that they wanted. And sure enough, like, immediately afterwards, I got a god tier PC. And it's like, that's fine. But, you know, like, I use this thing for some pretty heavy duty data stuff. You know, I can justify the RAM that I have in this. I'm actually using it for video editing now too, which makes it kind of nice to have a little bit of extra memory. You know, there are still, like, very real limitations that computers face, and not, you know, not everything is solved by just throwing, you know, a higher, like, an i9 at it instead of an i7. Like, but I don't know, like, gamers get very weird. I mean, to a certain extent, I kind of get it why they get a bit weird about computers, because it does feel like gaming is basically all of the hard problems of computer science in one place. So, you know, like, it's not entirely surprising that, you know, you'll need some fairly powerful hardware to do the sorts of stuff that you're interested in. But there are like I guess I just put it down to like some of the things that are really good for computation are really not that good for gaming. And it sort of depends on what you're trying to do. Oh, I've really gone and done it now. We should be able to clobber them though. So let's try and let's do the FTL then light. So it should cause a nice little bit of chaos. I expect I'll still be taking damage because of their comrade. Okay. First things first, let's make sure we bought all of the buildings that we need. Yes. So now we buy as many trucks as we can. Next up, I am going to put down those... Oh, nope. I was going to put down the foundations for the mine, but clearly we're not ready for that. I do also need to start thinking about goals. So influence won't be that hard. We've already claimed the migrant ships that we need. Third energy plant is not going to be that hard for me to build. Storing fuel. Now that is going to require a lot of resources, but we should be on our path for that. Actually, the energy plant and council obelisks will work out pretty nicely. And then the fuel silos and... the fuel silos and fuel stockpilers should work together. So most of these goals complement each other rather well. Get back in there. Alright, they made a pretty reasonable choice at the start. Yeah, this should stop them. Oh, I thought it would stop them from being able to inconvenience me with the Gatling gun, but it looks like that thing's still alive and kicking. So I'm thinking my next best is to hit him here, here, here. Should have done that a lot sooner, but... Now the real question is, are they going to be able to build another defense before we go to work on the HQ? One drawback here is that I've set myself up with one ship right now, so if I take out the Rebel HQ, that is going to infuriate them, and I may have a price to pay. It also occurred to me there's probably a reason I'm not getting tier 3s, and that's because I turned off this line. So, I've kind of kneecapped my workforce. There we go. So again, I rather expect there will be a rebel attack almost immediately after we destroy that. But I'm okay. I will live with the consequences if that's what happens. Let's move on. So I'm going to need to wait a little while for those tier 3s, but I figure at this point we can just hoover up the... Oh, that's right. Where's my tier 1? Oh, yeah, we're fine with tier 1 isotopes. Figure what I'll do is I'll have someone mining out the patch, and then we'll slowly gobble up whatever artifacts we can. This is more about freeing up space for the production lines rather than getting the best artifacts. And there's never really a good time to do this, so I'll just hit the transport hub now and hope that there's not too much of a delay. So the plan will be at least get the foundations down for sort of the mineral line, including the road networks. And then we can sort of see for the next steps where... Oh, that's right, I forgot. In this mode, if you destroy the rebel camps, they just go away. So there's really no point for me having this ship out and about, to be honest. Now, that doesn't mean we're out of the woods, because we do have a rival still, which is achieving goals. Arguably, they've done a better job of achieving their goals than me. But we don't need to worry about those rebel attacks anymore, so I suppose that's a bonus. I can also, I guess, free up the crew. I can put them back into the workforce. So I'm not going to dismantle the ship just in case it's useful to me, but we are going to get rid of the employees for now. Might as well get the repairs in. So that's basically 6 more people who are able to just do stuff around the base. And we have a ridiculous number of isotopes, so we will upgrade these to tier 3. Now, mines. So again, I do not need to use this for mines. I might run them for a little bit just so I can see what the pollution effect is. But what this is really about is putting down the infrastructure for the next production line. Just thinking about where I'd put the roads, probably something like this. Yeah, it's a little weird to run it around the edges like this, but I think that's as good as I can get. That pylon turned out pretty nice. It doesn't cover these guys, unfortunately, but we can still make that work. This might be a good spot for a fuel turbine, actually. This would be a little more attractive, but that requires another command center, so... So this would be for the mineral work, actually. We can probably start... Well, no, let's not start setting up for that quite yet. Okay, so with that in mind, let's put the energy pylon down here. Wait, this thing's got... Yeah, that thing can't have coverage. Okay, God, no, I should build the mine first. I'm really itching to get this road network down, but the mine's going to be the thing that takes me longer. The reason why I'm starting to dismantle all of these waste receptacles here is I do want to get the mineral line up and running. And so the faster I can dismantle this, the sooner I can replace it with something like an energy plant or whatever. Look at that glorious fleet of cars. Okay, so mine goes down. Again, like I said, we're not going to actually extract from the mineral node. It's more just saying that we have it. We're not going to be able to build that much as far as the road network's concerned, but we can at least get those in place. Now, one of the trickier decisions that I'm going to run into in a little bit I think we'll start... Oh. Eventually I'm going to need to start deciding like where I'm going to wind up building the production line and all of that. And that's going to involve setting aside a bunch of minerals just to be able to get all that built. I think what I'm going to do here is I'll build the roadway at least as much as I can first, and then we'll move on to actually setting this up. So this is still going to be my primary primary means of refining minerals. But as you can see, the intention is to decommission this thing sooner rather than later. I think I'm going to leave this on just so I can sort of know what my energy needs are going to be. Again, I'm going to build another... I'm going to wind up building another energy plant at some point. Probably in this factory slot. But... I figure probably something... It's nice when they're all straight and like they look nice, but something like this maybe, or maybe kind of zigzag. This also winds up being a convenient little way of dumping influence, although we don't need to dump the influence as much as possible or as before. But yeah, I'm obviously dragging my feet a little bit in terms of setting up the goal, but what I'm really trying to do here is I'm getting the logistics network in place to actually, okay, yeah. Now that I know they're tier 2s, I can rest easy because they haven't achieved them. But yeah, essentially, this is setting up the infrastructure that I will use to build all the stuff for these remaining tiers. If, for whatever reason, I haven't done the majority of this in time for the final tier, I'll buy what I need from that as well. But I have a feeling we're going to take a while to get in position. I definitely want a large Gatling gun. Not even... I don't think I can use it against a corporate rival, but I just like... I never research it, so I just want it. Okay. Definitely improve the council ticket generation rate. It's a little late for the resource harvesting rate. I'll be honest, I've never figured out what the clip limit does. I'm assuming it has something to do with rate of fire. Definitely trade tickets. Yeah, mining range might have been nice to have previously, but I'm not that worried about it. Okay, but yeah, essentially I'm trying to build the infrastructure so that when we make our move on trying to fulfill all of these goals. So like, just take a look at the goals that I need here. Retain 4 scientists. Well, that's really just a matter of building a big science lab and upgrading it sufficiently high. So that's not that difficult for me. Own 3 energy depots. Well, that's just a question of building them, right? I need minerals, I need isotopes, but you know, that's something we're potentially going to do on our own. Own 70 influence is a little bit tougher because that's something that I usually wind up giving up. We now have a max of 150. One thing we can do to improve the rate at which we acquire that is to construct the Monument Center, but that's definitely going to argue for the creation of another energy plant, which, as it happens, energy depot. This is energy plant, energy entrepreneur. But yeah, once we have the depots, we'll get the credits for this. We've already claimed 6 migrant ships, so as long as we get the influencer, we're fine. 3 council obelisks. Now these tend to take a lot of power, but they are fairly straightforward for just for getting built. Fuel philanthropist. Now 14 fuel silos is a lot, but again, the point here is that we're going to have absolutely preposterous amounts of refining going on. So we should be in good shape there. 26,000 fuel. Again, that's going to involve a lot of fuel depots, but as long as we have the ability to build them, we should be fine. 10 energy plants. Okay, that is a lot. So tier 4 is really where all this gets tricky. Well, let's act accordingly. This stuff's going to take a long time to build because everybody has to walk it over, but the plan is eventually all this gets linked up and we get to rely on our big transport hub. One thing that will be nice too is I'm going to be able to afford to demolish all of these factories and replace them with more productive objects. But again, that's a question of picking my battles. I'm going to need to find the right time to do that. This thing's almost done. I may need to refill my tea at some point, but we'll see if we can get a little more progress. The other thing I can do is just enable all of these inert ruins now, but artifacts are a little scarce right now. Well, they don't have to be. I was really worried that this was blocked because of waste or something. So this is a fairly important component. Now this is kind of interesting. So I always wondered whether or not the trucks could just travel through the hub. I am going to still connect up the roads just because it looks nice. But this is a nice little bit of info for future playthroughs. But yeah, so one of the plans will be, I'm actually going to wind up demolishing all these work from home setups and building proper offices and and other upgrades. It is close to an undesirable location. It's also close to the fuel tank, but we now have hospitals and parks This gives me a chance to experiment with them. This is also a really great place to put these council obelisks. So I think what I might do is I might actually put the residences and offices right here and a big road beside them, and then the obelisks and everything will just sort of be on this side. Okay, so that's it for minerals for roads. What I need to do now is put down the infrastructure for the excuse me, for the production line. And this one's going to be purely dedicated to minerals. Again, most of you have kind of already seen how this works, but it doesn't hurt to... I did that wrong. I'd like to do a second line, but that's obviously not going to happen until I have a better workforce. And given that I'm a little short on resources, at least compared to where I would want to be, I think I'm just gonna leave it in the ideal sort of single. I'm going to leave it in the ideal single mode for now, and then we'll just know that the plan is to expand when the time comes. I messed that up. Oh, actually no, that would have been fine. Nope, I still messed that up. Am I losing my mind? Well, first of all, that's not supposed to be an employee module. Why did that take me so much effort? Apparently, I am getting slow. So, now we wire this all up. The one thing that's kind of inconvenient about this is I don't get to set the requirements for the storage container until it's built, and that obviously happens later on. But it does mean that we're going to be able to turn off the main production line here. It's going to take us forever to clear out all the garbage, but we're at a point now where we can safely move the factories. We did just lose one worker by adding another line, but that's fine. If the logic behind this doesn't quite make sense, so basically we've got tier 1 storage beside something that'll refine to tier 2. Tier 2 goes immediately into this container beside the tier 2 to tier 3 refiner. It's got a tier 3 bucket. So the idea is that these ones are dedicated specifically to churning out tier 3s. And then I use the extra space on this end to produce a surplus of tier 2s, because obviously those tier 2s get really handy when you want to build things like relays and energy bridges and so on. gotta be kind of careful in terms of how I choose to dismantle this stuff. But we should be fine. So as soon as somebody picks up the item from the output module, it's going to process its last item, and then we can get rid of the processor and the employee. Well, we don't get rid of them, we move them to somewhere more productive. Question is when somebody comes to pick up the... there we go. And then nothing else needs power now, so we take out the relays in the bridge. And then the final steps are the waste receptacles. As much as we can until the place gets full of garbage. And if we're lucky, like basically the ideal is that there's enough free space on the ground that you're actually able to dismantle the container. So normally I don't like building this one. This is usually a last resort. But the trick here is that once you get enough space on the ground to be able to dismantle this, what you can do is you can just unpack the factory essentially, and that gives you that just gives you a block where the workers are gonna it's something on the ground as opposed to something in the factory that's keeping you from making decisions. So again, there's a lot of cleanup that needs to happen here. I suspect this dismantle is not going to happen for a while, but eventually there's going to be a shiny new energy plant there. So I don't exactly need these roads here, but I can build them. And that's the true meaning of Christmas. So eventually, like I said, there's going to be residential and office areas here, and this will just help me clean out the garbage. It'll also make a bunch of pollution, which is not so good, but can't make an egg without breaking a few omelets. Okay, clearly we need to do something with our influence. So I'm going to go artifact hunting. We don't need to clear out anything as far as building things are concerned. I may want to build another command center. You know, that sort of stuff might be in the future. But in terms of just getting stuff done, we kind of have everything that we need. I may need to turn the isotope mine back on at some point. I may want to think a little bit about how I lay out the different buildings. But yeah, the biggest argument right now for a command center is so I can access more ruins. I think at this point I kind of need to let my free employees decide what they're up to. So the nice thing is I'm going to have a big stack of credits set aside right here. So once I start dismantling these factories, there is going to be a deficit. The nice thing is that I'm going to be able to weather that as I build up the residential and office buildings. Now, one thing I do want to think about is where I'm going to build my next fuel turbine. It's a little hard to justify putting it here because that overlaps with the existing fuel turbine. This actually, looking at it again, seems like a pretty good plan B. I think I was originally pointing to this one. I suppose we can just do the taste test. 83 versus 74 and 80. Yeah, this looks like a better spot. Now, we don't have the minerals, but I suspect my workers will get that sorted. And I'm going to basically keep an eye on my tier... I'm going to keep an eye on my tier 1 isotopes. And that's just so I... Once these get to single digits, I think I'm going to keep an eye on the mine. The ideal is going to be to get to a point where I want to get to a point where I have a conversion center up. But for that, I'm going to need some artifacts. I'm also just going to need, you know, the power and a few other things. So I don't mind waiting a little while on that. If I can get my power infrastructure and all of that ready to go ahead of time, that works for me. Hopefully they've cleared out. Now we still have some minerals. Yeah, I'm going to trust the system to do its thing. There is a side of me that would like to just sort of assign some employees like to processing. Actually, I have 16, right? So yeah, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I kind of want to put 2 of each. I think I'm just going to do the 1 though. Yeah, I think I'll just let them sort the rest out amongst themselves. So, fuel turbine, there's going to be a second one that we put down. Oh, I screwed up. But I am going to turn on the mine. I think at this point, unless I start claiming more patches, I need to either ask for money or I start blowing up rocks again. So I'll start by blowing up the rocks, because again, being able to sprawl out is kind of a nice advantage here. I'm swimming in isotope, so it's not that hard for me to build vertically, but the fact that I was able to make this much money is largely due to the fact that you can blob out at the start. I do like the one thing that I really like about Industries of Titan is just being able to see, I don't know, little things like I don't know if this is the intention in the way that this game is designed, but like there is still that side of me that is not that different from like being in my single digits and really liking playing with like toy trucks and like building with like wooden blocks and things like that. So I don't know, like being able to just sort of see my big trucks zipping around like in this little city that I built. It's okay, actually, so this is I don't really need to make this point, but I will share it just because I think it colors the way I think of some of this stuff. It's fair to say that the person I'm contrasting to. It's not even that it's like a firm disagreement between the two. It just happens to be that they're tapping into a tendency in academia, but I think just in general thinking as well, which I feel tends to throw us down more blind alleys than not. But if you have watched any of Ryan Clark's Clark Tanks, again, they're really informative. And actually, what I really like is I like how I get to hear from someone who has made games that I like, someone who makes a living trying to decide, what kind of a game is something that people might want to buy. Actually, Vanguard Master, I don't know if we've talked about this, but if you haven't watched them, you're obviously really set on the game that you want to be making right now, and certainly Ryan's way of thinking about games is certainly not the only way, but I do think it is a very useful is a very useful way of thinking, and it's one that I think I can definitely see why people would feel differently. I can actually also see why people would object to that way of looking at it. And I can also see people being very successful when taking a different approach. But I think it's one of those ones where you want to have a clear articulation of like what your position in relation to that is. Like what I mean is like this probably my tendency for like liking to read philosophy is kind of coming through on this. Like there are some things that you'll read in philosophy and you're like, I really can't bring myself to come on side with this. Something feels wrong here. But I also feel like I have to, I feel like this is owed a response. Like this is a very well articulated argument, and I'm really not quite sure. I'm not sure what to do with it. It just doesn't feel right to me. And like, to me, that's totally fine to do. Like, because obviously you can't like read broadly and believe everything, or like have everything that you read become like a really core central idea to you. Like you'd go insane if you did that. But yeah, the Clark Tanks are Ryan Clark, founder of Brace Yourself Games, talking about like hooks and the sorts of thing, like basically the sorts of things that go into Brace Yourself Games, their decisions as to what types of games they want to make to essentially make sure that their studio continues to be a going concern in the future years. Because there's obviously the difference between somebody who is into game development as a hobby, which is completely viable now. Like it's not even that you're building your own tech half the time. The technology has become commoditized enough that if you want, you just take something that somebody else has developed for you and you can get that for free. There are people who make a living even in the indie space, and for that, it can't be treated like a hobby. For that, it really does need to be considered in terms of what has a chance in the marketplace. Even if you've got all the best people working for you, and believe me, there are some remarkably talented people at Brace Yourself Games. If the games weren't clear enough, you should take a look at their blog. There is some tremendous talent there that's not necessarily just related to the disciplines that they're attached to. But in any case, like obviously, like it's not just a question of getting a bunch of really smart game developers together and saying, okay, what brilliant idea are we going to create today? Like there is a consideration in terms of what's something that is worth the effort that gets put into it. It's possible to take a very large team of people. I mean, this has happened for large publishers. Take a very large team of people, put it towards a project for which there isn't necessarily the kind of demand that maybe people were expecting. And like that really sucks, but it happens. So anyways, I'm making a meal out of this, but like basically the Clark Tanks are a chance for him to sort of talk about what's working in terms of games. You know, he would used to go over the Steam, things on the Steam charts to see what was selling well. I as a fan of games and not a practitioner, I found it very interesting and fun. Like, I think Ryan's been a good speaker all the time, but I actually remember seeing a presentation that he put up on YouTube a few years ago, and I saw his most recent Clark Tank video, and I really get the feel, I don't know if he did this, but it definitely feels like the second video is the product of someone who very specifically focused on improving their presentation skills, because it went from, this was a good presentation, to, wow, Ryan really knows how to deliver a talk. And again, like maybe for me that was just a context thing. Like maybe the other video, because it sounded like it was on a headset mic or something like that. But anyways, one of the things that he talked about was the success of the survival crafting genre, and I think one of the things that he says when looking at that success, he sort of makes what you'd usually hear from a lot of sort of evolutionary psychology arguments. This is tapping into some sort of primal feeling that we have, and this is why these are so. He says it better. I've always kind of been a little bit bugged by that argument, because I feel like that's actually an argument that can be made for a lot of different kinds of games, and I'm still not 100% convinced that that's really the thing that's making those games successful. And the thing that sucks for me is I don't have a better answer for saying is like, here's what I actually think is going on. Now the thing is that that's such a minor point, because I actually agree with a lot of what he has to say about hooks and why they are an effective way of de-risking a project. There are other ways of doing that, right? Like taking smaller projects, ones that require less investment. And so as a result, you can do multiple small projects as opposed to one big one and sort of bet the farm on that. Get partners to come in. There's a few different ways that you can try and do that stuff. He talks about hooks. But in any case, where all of this comes from, like, because I've heard him talk about these things, and like obviously there's a lot of really cool things going on in Industries of Titan. It's got a wonderful art style, it's got a really neat idea, it's got a great title, but when I sit down and sort of think of like these deep hidden responses that that are being triggered by this game, I do kind of have a feeling that in the end, playing with toy trucks and playing with building blocks probably is a very large part of this game, without that ever explicitly being said by the game or like really being drawn out. It's actually more because I was sort of reflecting on some of his hook talks and all of that. It's actually why, again, I'm speculating here. It makes me wonder if this is why the voxel art works so well for the game, because like Dwarf Fortress looks really interesting. Again, Steam version coming out December 6th. Kit Fox Games, the hallmark of quality, along with the Brace Yourself Games logo, obviously. But like obviously Dwarf Fortress is ASCII art, and then it's got a special art style for the Steam version, and it's not as explicit in terms of all of the the little Legos that you're working with. And again, maybe this is not the right way to think of it. Like maybe there's something else going on, but it's one thing I've been thinking about a little bit in terms of all of the little touches that make me happy about the game, that kind of catch my interest, and little touches which sort of feel like they fit really well together, and I'm never entirely clear if they're conscious choices or coincidence. That science lab is expensive, but I gotta build it, so we'll double it up when I can, but I think I'm gonna be waiting a while on that. Looks like I need to assign somebody to clear out the mines again. I was kind of hoping we'd be refining resources a bit faster, but we'll get through it. At some point, I am going to be able to demolish this, but in this case, I think my workforce is spread a little too thin. So once we're set up, should actually think a little bit about this. Well, let's start by claiming some more rocks. Not that I wanted to give my workforce more stuff to do, but it just, one of the reasons why I'm doing this is that it gives us some more resources we can pick up off the ground without needing to rely on mines. Okay, we might as well get a scientist working there. So again, the worry here is that I'm spreading my workforce a bit too thin. At some point, I am going to have to get the conversion center down. And my next expansion's probably going to be a place with a lot of ruins. That's as long as my rival's not making too much progress. Nope, not close enough. Well, we don't really need the extra influence right now, so... So I'll build the second science lab, we'll double those up. I don't think I'm going to extend the road any further. I'm just trying to find sneaky little spots I can put the conversion centers. The best spots are anywhere near pollution. I guess that'll have to do. I can actually afford to build those now, so even though I wanted to get the other science center up, I figure some more workers will probably help me. Some more workers will help me get all this stuff done faster, although I messed up the resources. So yeah, well, change of plans here, but basically we're putting down the conversion center so that I can convert a bunch of citizens. And one nice thing here is that I do have a lot of extra space in the spaceport. So if I need to bring more migrants, I can. The real key behind this is just I'm going to be able to upgrade citizens. I'm going to be able to upgrade the conversion center, and we're just going to be able to have more people running around getting stuff done. And we've got a massive surplus in terms of our credits, so I don't have that much to worry about as far as in terms of workforce. So once these two are able to be combined, we'll combine them, then we start making new workers. Another thing I'll eventually do, I'll probably use this for energy storage. Not so clear when I'm going to put the fuel. It's not a bad idea to put the fuel away from important stuff. Maybe put them somewhere around here. My ideal also would be to build additional floors with more lines, but I don't know if I'm extracting enough to be able to do that. Okay, so first things first, we're going to convert as many as we can with the base level, then we upgrade and we kind of rinse and repeat. And again, this is just about having a swarm of employees running around being able to sort of do every job. I think my ideal would be to sort of have one in each slot, which we sort of do. I may even go for two. Well, two's probably a little much to ask. But I figure one in each of the lower slots, and then sort of let the overflow be dictated by the remaining workers. This seems to be a decent way of sort of splitting the attention. But for now, we need to wait for the conversions to happen, so we sit down and enjoy the music, which is not playing right now. I know I've been a little dry in terms of the commentary tonight, but does anybody have any good news or anything new that's happened to them lately? If not, I may run up, just put this on a slower mode and start getting my tea again. Because if people are enjoying a lurk, that's fine, but that actually is not a bad time for me to just step away and make a hot drink. It's getting colder now finally, so I'm going to be a big baby about it. Actually, there is one thing I could do with my ship. Should have done this sooner. I can use it to scout. This is one thing that I don't really use the ships that well for, and I should. But basically, I want to look here to see what the best expansion is. So the thing that I really need right now are ruins to be able to get the artifacts. Okay, can't support more, so we will upgrade using our tier 3s. It's like there's a little bit of a field here, but there's really not that many there. So I was thinking, okay, what about here? Well, it turns out there's like 6 and then a bunch of rocks and a cliff face. There's sort of a collection here. I'd probably need 2 command centers to make that work, though. This is good, though. I wonder if there was ever a version of this that allowed you to make sort of satellite offices. Like, where you don't have to be connected to your main blob. I know that's historically been a problem for these kind of business-oriented games. Like, I think it was Railroad Tycoon apparently had this strategy where you could just build a big long railway to nowhere, and the purpose of that was essentially to block in your opponent. And so I think Sid Meier's Railroads had some system in place to stop people from doing that. But the problem is like that when you go the other way, like then you have the like then it feels artificial, the block, and then you're so like, well, why do I have to do that? What law says I can't build this railroad this certain way? So I don't know if that was the reason why people said railroads. I actually rather enjoyed Railroads. I played it long after the fact, so it may be that maybe a case of like hindsight being 20/20 or something like that. But okay, tell you what, I'm getting really boring right now, so I'm just going to keep this on normal speed. I will leave you with the lovely music. Hopefully nothing catches fire during the heat wave. I'm just going to turn on the kettle. I'll get my tea refilled, and that will see me through the rest of the night. I technically only have another half hour, and I do need to get my upgrades in. But I'll see I'll see if we can run towards the end. Like, I feel like once our workforce is in good shape, I feel like we should be able to bring this thing home. I don't know, though. We'll see in a little bit.
Kettle's still boiling. I figured I'd come back and keep you company. Sorry, I come back and then promptly stare at my phone. How you doing, Algrins? I've been, I don't know, I feel like I've been phoning it in tonight. Mind you, we're waiting just to get our resources up. So first things first, we will connect. So I kind of need this mine running until I find an alternative source of isotopes. We're ready for another upgrade here. Did they do anything to clean this out yet? Well, they might have, but still not enough to drop the stored waste. Work was on fire today. Literally. Oh, no. Lightning strikes pooched our network, lost permissions to run half the programs we were required to do appointments. The single IT guy was running around like mad fixing things. So I was going to ask what you do for a living. I don't know if you want to answer that, but I was originally thinking you might have been the IT person, but sounds like you're not. We're going to call center for a car dealership. Okay. Sounds fun. I had something kind of similar happen. Mine was more, hey, there's this really important thing you use, and you told us the best way to set it up, but we don't want to listen to you, and oh, by the way, in a week, we're going to do it that way that you said was a really bad idea. At which point, I hit the roof. I wrote it's the shortest email I've ever written. Please do not remove, very important thing. We use it in production. And I then proceeded to go through another set of meetings where I was ignored and had my time wasted. And I'm actually going to start keeping track of them and reporting them back to my director, because I know my time's valuable. I don't know what the workplace thinks my time is worth, but frankly, if this is how they want me to spend my time, I'll go get a book and read how Facebook advertising works, and I'll find a way to do editing, and there are a lot of things I wish I could be doing with my time that clearly I could be doing at work if this is what they want to have me do. Anyways, my tea is boiling. I'd rather not have a soaked cabinet underside, so I will be back in 2.5 minutes or less. Actually, it does get me talk about the. It does let me talk about the computer upgrade. So one of the reasons I don't have a replacement laptop to do the editing on is last year I had another disappointment, sort of relating to promotions and such. You'd better believe that was a point I made I made at the time. All right, we're getting close to the limit of our. I think we'll just go for the credits here. But not to relitigate that particular issue, but the problem is that, as it turns out, I do need to do some video editing. I actually have a couple of samples now, finally. And I am very pleased to announce DaVinci Resolve is a surprisingly good program. Especially compared to what I was using before. I'm still very fond of Final Cut Pro. I'm probably gonna still say that's my preference. But I would definitely not say no to using... I definitely not say no to using more of the DaVinci stuff, now that I've tried it. Just trying to think where I want to put the... Like, I'm clearly going to have to put a pylon down. The normal places I would put them are not great. I guess I can put one here. But yeah, so the problem is now, like, it was obviously financially prudent, especially when I'm potentially going to be like leaving a workplace in anger as opposed to like to pursue a better alternative. Like, it's a smart idea not to buy a replacement computer, but unfortunately, like, I actually really needed it for certain things. So I did finally settle on, I did buy some hardware. And I was talking earlier in the stream, I haven't actually upgraded my computer except for replacing the video card, which just straight up died. I haven't touched it in 6 or 7 years, so I'm kind of due for an upgrade, even though I did overspec the computer at the time that I built it. So I have the upgrade, like all the boxes behind me, ready to go. But of course, if I do that before the stream, I'm basically signing myself up for a world of pain. But about 5 years nearing the end of its usefulness. Yeah, like, so I mean, like, I'm running this thing on a 6700K, right? So that was the i7 of the Skylake series. I've run into a couple of cases gaming wise where the processor's been a definite bottleneck. But and I know there's probably going to be more stuff that's releasing out as a Windows 11 run, and I really don't like the idea of doing like a not authorized version of Windows 11 because it doesn't have the requirements. Like, and I'll admit, like, I've actually already set aside the money for this kind of an upgrade. Just the thing is that, again, I was expecting to be making more money at work around this time than what I was. So that was one of the reasons why I sort of asked about the Patreon stuff and things like that. Because, like, I don't necessarily see an audience as like an ATM, right? Like, I'm very grateful for the people who subscribe. Since Twitch did affiliate, the donations don't come in as often. But, like, the thing is that nobody needs to do this stuff. And so it's, like, always good to frame this stuff in that light, right? That, anything that people are doing are sort of something extra, or they feel like they're getting something in return. And the most common thing I hear is audiobooks, which are great, but the drawback is that those actually take a lot of time to do. The live stream audiobooks are not nearly as good as the time that I do essays, and that's because I can do them in multiple takes. And again, once I have that laptop, the Mac laptop that I've worked out, it's going to be specifically set up to do more professional audio recording, to do it productively, not to like sort of do this sort of the audio recording equivalent of like banging rocks together. But that's further down the road now. That's probably going to be, first half of next year, if that. Because the absolute non-negotiable for me is to pay off the remaining debt in December. I have it on a 0% interest rate, which is great, but I did that anticipating that interest rates would rise, and they are, and that's the time has come to do the other half of that equation. So yeah, I'm sort of in the point here where I've been thinking a bit about things that, if I just put out a Patreon, if I just put out a coffee or something like that, it's, it's like I've said in the tweet, right? Like all I'm doing is all I'm offering is a begging bowl. And it's nice to just be able to turn around and say, hey, am I doing something that you like? Wouldn't say no to a tip. And people can sort of feel like they're getting something in exchange. But the drawback is that I'm also a very poor judge of what I do well enough that people want to see more of, right? Like, before I did affiliate, donations on average were higher than what Twitch charges. So it's not just that they took half of the money, but they actually valued the stream less than what other people were, which, not great, but you work with the constraints you've been given. Excuse me. But yeah, it's a game I never really wanted to play to try and figure out, damn it. I knew I was going to have to deal with this. I just didn't think I'd have to deal with it so quickly. I really wanted to build the energy plant here. Well, I guess I can build one here. With one slight adjustment. Yeah, that works. But yeah, so I'm I do have a little bit of a timer for me in terms of finishing the stream, just because I do want to get that all set up, and I do have to be in the office tomorrow, so I don't want to if I'm up too late, then that just means I'm tired and grouchy for the for the next day. And I don't know, obviously I'm not thinking, I don't exactly have the nicest things to say about my employer right now, but if I'm gonna do it, the thing is, I definitely feel it actually relates to the donation stuff, right? If I'm gonna be taking someone's money for something, let's hang on. We'll start by turning off the shipyard and the monument center. If I'm gonna be taking someone's money, I feel like there should be something that they're getting for that, right? If I'm employed, even if I'm underemployed, I'm still going to do the job. But, there's also the, your side of thing, Algorithms. There's also, I'm not necessarily going to do extra work. I can claim, yeah. I don't exactly want to take these mineral patches, but I might as well. What I'm really looking for are the remaining red artifacts. Sorry, I keep calling them red artifacts. There is only one kind of artifact left in this game now. Okay, so that sets me up for the last batch of conversions. Well, last that I've got so far. There's obviously going to be more that I do in a little bit. Obviously, I need the power to sort of bump up to the next level. I am happy to see that there's a couple artifact patches up here, so I can build another command center to connect those through, but again, we need the energy to be able to do that. What I'm really trying to do right now is get the number of workers in place to be able to get sort of 2 production lines running for the minerals and isotopes. And then with that, I'm eventually going to start blowing up the work from home setup and replacing that with proper residences and offices.
Conversion complete.
Could have been making more money if I was paying attention, but I didn't. Do the minimum necessary not to get fired. The pay is miserable. They think $1 per appointment that shows up makes up for paying us below. Yikes. Yeah, that's no good. I'm salaried. The problem is that like I made a fairly conscious decision to go to a place that would pay me less for somewhat idealistic reasons, and I have been thoroughly disillusioned. Yeah, I'm certainly questioning my choices. But, you know, they do remain my choices, right? So I can't be too grouchy about it, I suppose. But yeah, like everybody's kind of got their everybody's got their own circumstances. The big one for me is that as far as temperament, I tend not to be able to sort of phone it in. Like there are definitely times where I don't know, like I will sort of recognize there are times that I could have gone like, you know, effort plus that I don't take, but the idea of just like doing the minimum required, I actually feel very anxious and like annoyed when I don't do my best work, which in many contexts can be very helpful, but I have also found in environments that seem to be a little more comfortable taking that for granted, that doesn't necessarily serve me very well, because again, like I just kind of wind up being relaxed over certain kinds of treatment, and you know, like sometimes people need a little bit of a reminder that, you know, you have done them a favor as opposed to this being, you know, a thing that can happen on a regular basis. And I've never really been good at playing games like that. But I don't know, it's really hard for an economist to cry poverty, right? Like that is, you know, that's like a white collar job. It's you know, you'll do fine. Like so, you know, if I was working at certain other places, there would be a considerably higher salary. You know, there are many things that I would benefit from that, but like I can't exactly sort of say, you know, oh dear, you know, I may need to skip on meals, you know, this month because of inflation or something like that. Like my real wages are going down just like everybody else's over inflation. But the thing that sort of sucks for me is that because so much of the effort has been to sort of like paying down debts and things like that, it does mean that like the income that normally would go to the stuff that I'm talking about, like computer parts and all of that, is like, well, you know, I'm either going to eat a little bit more into my savings than I would feel comfortable, or I'm going to have to do, you know, X, Y, or Z. And, you know, again, you try to I don't know. I try to be as responsible as I can in terms of a lot of my financial decisions. So, but with that in mind, like I'm realizing now how unexpected the cost, or how like I'm realizing not taking certain actions also have a cost. So for me, you know, having this opportunity to do sort of this editing thing, for instance. So why is this grid split? Like, I'm trying to find where grid 2 is on this thing. Because clearly it's losing power. Oh no, I know what's happening. Grid 2 are these things that aren't connected yet. Oh no, that's a big problem actually. Because I haven't connected them over here. Drat. Okay. Now I remember why I built it this way. But we can still assign the employees. So I'm not going to do the same for isotopes. It'd be nice to, but again, we're not in a point, like we're still waiting to get our tier 1 isotopes. So there's no point in wasting that effort. Now, I need 4 scientists. In this case, I'm just going to build 1 science lab here. The rationale is I can upgrade it fine, but like I'm just looking to add another scientist body. If I add too many more workers, well, that means I don't have free people to run around and do the other stuff, other things that I want them to do, such as burning trash and whatnot. But we are starting to get where I want to be for office and residences. So residential will require 400 to build 1. So the ideal for me, 600 for an office, 400 for a residential. So that's 1,000. No, that would be 1,400 actually. We're halfway there. But I did say that I do get the advantage of having a big surplus to work with. So yeah, this may be a bit premature, but I'm just getting everything set up. I'm almost wondering if I should just build something in this spot so that I can get them to clean up the trash. I don't have that much in terms of artifacts left. So power savings, not a bad one to invest in. Anyway, sorry, I kind of rambled a little bit in terms of what I was talking about. I hope your work situation. It's hard to sort of say. I hope it improves because it sounds like that's been a status quo you've been living with for a while. But I hope it hits a better equilibrium. Maybe is the more guarded way of putting that, I suppose. I'm trying to think if I upgrade. No, that improves max employees too. So this was to, just so we can be clear why I did this. This was so that I could get the Retain 4 Scientists achievement. So now I'm moving on to own, I probably shouldn't be trying to own 3 energy depots because I'm going to want to get my residences and offices built.
Extraction complete. Salvage complete. Extraction complete. Extraction complete.
So I can actually get to work already. So the first thing we're going to do is put the residence down here. Now the reason why I'm putting the residence in this area, hang on, that requires a 2. So the reason I'm building it this particular way is this generates waste. So I want the office to be connected to the thing that doesn't have a connection to the office. Settling in to listen to you ramble. Looking forward to a new job. Really, there's no way forward. The boss is the only boss, as her cousin is the HR manager. So only works for her husband, forces her to. She's not a stay-at-home mom, but you don't want. No. It's all good. I mean, it's. I think I talked about this with Vanguard Master as well. Vanguard, if you were around, I hope you got a chance to check out the Clark tank stuff. If not, and you're back, let me know and I'll cover it again. There are definitely people on Twitch who will come in and make a stream all about themselves, and I sort of don't necessarily have a problem calling that out when I see it. And maybe just so I can not make everybody feel really nervous all of a sudden, when it's happening to excess, let's say. Because I think it's entirely possible for people to have a bad day and just need a place to vent. And I think one of the really important things to do as a broadcaster, you don't have to, but it's a nice thing to do, is that if you have built a bit of a community, and particularly if you've set yourself up as a nice guy, is a really important one for me, because I have had the misfortune of meeting a number of sort of quote-unquote positivity streamers who are very different in person, let's say. And again, that's not a setup for oh yeah, now I'm going to say who it is specifically. But I don't know, I sort of feel the contract is that if that's going to be part of your brand, let's say, or if that's how you've sort of presented yourself, there is a matter in terms of audience expectations, right? If somebody is feeling you're the sort of person that they can talk to, and that is a result of the way you sort of position the stream and the type of content that you're doing, it's kind of nasty to just sort of pull the rug out from under someone. So yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel in general, it's nice to be able to, give people a space where they can sort of be themselves. And again, it's within reason. If, I don't know, some people have a lot of stuff going on. It's not like you get a ticket, for a certain number of complaining about bad days. But then there are some people who someone can be sharing something really bad that happened to them that day. And then all of a sudden it's that's that one person is coming out and is oh yeah, no, conversation's got to be about them this time, right? Sorry, we should have asked permission to see whether or not we can make this about more than them. And that's not always the best environment to be in. So like if you have to, you just sort of say, hey, sorry this is going on, but there are other people here. But yeah, I don't know. Like I've tended to see that stuff happen in other channels, and that's probably more of a function of size than anything. Well, they were never my heroes, so... I think I'm gonna go to cancel the truck pollution first, and then we'll get the pollution resistance. But again, clearly I'm gonna need to find another... So I'm a little far behind on setting this up, but we should still be okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's the thing is that like it doesn't. I think I gave this example from an earlier stream. Like, I grew up in a family that went to the Salvation Army, and if you've ever been in a Salvation Army church, there's like, they're not exact. Like, so some people would say, well, like, what kind of Christian is that? And it's like, well, they're not really. Like, it's not a denomination that's exactly like built on heavy theology, right? It's definitely a bit more about the work. Like there is a history to that, but like it's a bit weird. Like, you wouldn't, like, some people really put a lot of emphasis in terms of like, this is a Pentecostal church, and this is, or this is definitely Catholic, and have some pretty clear ideas as to what that means and why that is important. And that was definitely not like I got interested in that on my own account, so that was its own thing. But they do still sort of have their own sort of rituals and their own practices, and one of them is the mercy seat, where sort of this is if you whether you were going to be conversion, it was a point of conversion or sort of rededication. It's sort of this public display, and you pray at the mercy seat. Usually there would be somebody who kind of comes along for that. And the reason why I highlight this, like, I know sometimes people get uncomfortable talking about religious stuff, or sometimes, you always hear don't talk about politics or religion, but it's actually very useful framing, because this sort of stuff happens all the time. This is like, there's a reason this stuff has been around for a while, and it works, right? Like, even when you take a look at the old socialist organizations, in England and that, they are, all about sort of the, materialist view of the world, and, don't have time for this religious nonsense. But they would be singing sort of worker songs together, and some would go up at the front and give a lecture. And like, of course, like everything that they did was very much like a Sunday service. And there is that same idea in terms of Twitch channels, whether it's someone, for certain types of channels, this can be, talking about problems or, terrible things you've done, and, and sort of how you've learned to be better. I mean, that is, what is that but the confessional, right? Like, that one's not even really that hard to decode. So you know, like I find it interesting just because it's kind of neat sometimes to just see how some of this stuff gets either repurposed or rediscovered. You know, and there are good and bad ways of doing it. Like there's certainly not, religion is not the only place where you can find this sort of stuff operating or you know, where it can be used effectively. You know, there's the tendency I'm really not fond of when it comes to a lot of content creation where sort of you're defining the out group and it's like, you know, you're all the real gamers, or, you know, don't worry about those hot tub streamers, you know, who are ruining Twitch, you know, you're the real family. And it's like, nobody who wants to watch hot tub stream is gonna, like, if those were to vanish from Twitch tonight, I'm not going to see a big influx of people watching me play Industries of Titan. I'm dreaming if I think that's going to happen. But, you know, most people who say that are assuming that those types of broadcasters are not among their community. And why would they be if they're just constantly being, you know, dumped on? But, you know, again, that's a very old trick, right? You know, define the out group and, you know, and get everybody to sort of blame all the problems on them. And, you know, Twitch are like really, really minor stakes, which is one of the reasons why I always get so upset whenever I see that stuff happening. But you know, again, like it's I'm sure it's not like people are sort of sitting down and reading history or whatever. They're just sort of, you know, they have the intuitions that lead them to be very good at, you know, at interacting, or one might say manipulating people. And you know, they just come back on the old tricks that a lot of demagogues have gotten away with. Could I play Industries of Titan in a hot tub? I could. I would need an inflatable hot tub, and it would probably not be warm by the time I was done filling it. It would certainly, I mean, I suspect the experience would not really be all that different for anybody on your side of the screen. For mine, it would just involve a lot of setup. But if you really want Vanguard, I mean, maybe what I would do, if I were to get like a laptop or something like that, I could play Industries of Titan from the bathtub. Would that work for you? I'll get like one of those bath caddies. I don't know if you've seen this, but like the bookstore that I went to had these. Like, they are absolutely designed to put a laptop on. There's a couple that are designed to have like books. And I'll admit, I have during COVID, I wound up taking more baths than showers, so I felt like a complete degenerate, just sort of like lying back reading a book in a warm bath in the morning. But yeah, like there's totally these little trays, which, you know, it's very obvious some of them are designed for laptops, but you could presumably put anything that you would want to put on a flat surface on them. I didn't realize that. I mean, I guess it makes sense that tubs have like a uniform width, but yeah. I mean, for me, I've got there's a wonderful anthology of English literature that I have that somebody borrowed from me and like kept out in the rain, so it really looks all warped and horrible. But like, the thing is that even that book is readable for me. It just looks kind of like bad. So, you know, obviously reading in the like reading a book in the bath is a bit different than having like an expensive electronic device hovering over the water. The thing is that I think the worry I would have is, what if I started working? And that's not relaxation. Yeah, I really need to find more artifacts. I can try and go for some of the cheaper stuff, but it just isn't that... Oh, no. Conversion capsule, not as big of a deal. Most of this stuff just doesn't really inspire me, to be honest. Yeah, I'd kind of like to replay... Like, it's the... That anthology has Paradise Lost in it, and like that's one of my favorite. My favorite epic poem by far is Metamorphoses by Ovid, but Paradise Lost is definitely giving it a run for its money, and I would really like to, have a proper copy of that, but. It's like it was actually something that I took out for university. I'd read Paradise Lost before, but that was a book that I used for university, and I don't know, like I'm sure you could probably find a used copy of that book for a relatively low price, but it's just one of these things where like I don't have to buy it, and of course I've been talking about how I delay so much stuff. So I haven't quite brought myself. This thing has taken forever to get finished. I guess I've really jammed them up with a bunch of different jobs, so. So the big question for me is how many residential spots do we have once this stuff becomes open? 34. Not bad. Let's try and push these things to the top. Oh, wow. And then they just blew them all away. Okay. So we're almost at our limit on influence. Let's start by requesting credits. I am also in a spot now to put down another command center. So if I recall correctly, these things wind up being really expensive power-wise. We'll see where we're at, though. By the way, I really like at night with the snow. This is really where some of the lighting effects that they added to the game come through. Okay. So yeah, the problem with having 4 researchers is that everything's like done immediately. So I think we're just gonna leave that be. I'm not gonna reassign them because again, I need this for the reward. Now, why am I not being credited with top influencer, though? Curious. I can start building the energy depots. Yeah, I would have liked to double it up, but the fuel's the one that's has a little bit more going for it. So I only get to build one more of those right now, but that's fine. We'll work with what we've been given. Looks like we're still doing okay as far as energy is concerned, so that's kind of nice. And we're at 140 on 140 on space, so we were able to transition everybody to the new spots. Again, in terms of livability, not the friendliest neighborhood, but there's some things that we can do to make that better. Actually, maybe we'll... So I believe council obelisks make them... Yeah, so I'll definitely put down the hospital and the park. So I think I'll do hospital here, park here, council obelisks sort of in the general area. There's a certain number that I need to build for an objective. But right now, this is just... I wanted to have a higher number of residential buildings and connected to the office, so that we can kind of keep the lights on. We can keep making money. All right, back to the Ad Farmer achievement. Let's just change this around a bit. I revoked it, but I should get it back. Okay, so now I need... Trying to think of the best place to put the pylon, because I do want to make sure that I have roadways still. So I'll stick it here. This is not necessarily the ideal spot, but it does the trick for where I'm at. And let's request a bunch of credits where I can. Right now I'm just trying to do what I can to sort of dump my credits to see if the... Like, again, I should be credited with top influencer, but the fact that it's gray makes me think that I'm not being credited with it. I've already sort of blown it. Oh, don't have the resources. Yeah, so I got my battery farmer achievement. So it's also worth mentioning, as long as I can get the 30, I'm fine. The problem is that I do need to get the preceding ones. Yeah, oh man, so like this, like maybe not the 440, but this should be a piece of cake for me to get. Get the fuel, maybe a little trickier. Energy plants, again, that takes some effort, although if it's like 10 offices, 17 air purifiers. Like, so up to here should be no problem. 10 offices is a little bit trickier because just the associated residential areas get expensive. So I think I was saying, well, actually, maybe it'll tell me. I really used 40 tier 2 minerals? That's so sad. I'm mad at myself that I did that. Yeah, so 16, 20. I am totally not in a frame of mind to do math right now. 200, 400 for the line. I need 2 of them, so that's 800 plus the 600 is 1400 for a set like this. So 1400, 10 of those. So 14,000 mineral construction units, which is a lot in one go. Okay, so I'm gonna scan all of this. Oop. But yeah, the aim here. So I'm gonna claim all the expensive stuff in one go, and hopefully that will knock me down off the 2. Oh no, there's one other thing I can do. So I'm at the max now. So I'm gonna wait till I'm at 6 trade tickets. We'll request the credits. We'll take the 2 artifact patches, the obsidian ruins, the ruins. Sorry, all of the ruins. And I suppose if there's anything left over, we'll just kind of take the empty blocks as well. But this is the real magic here. A total of 35 artifacts to kind of keep me going. Should probably work out if I'm going for fuel storage. So I need 26,000. These things hold up to 7.2. So I guess I really need at most 3 more of these things. Man, I tried my best to clear that out and I still couldn't do it. There's no point in wasting tier 2 minerals on that anymore. Like I gave it my best shot. I think I'm just gonna wave the white flag and let that take its natural course. Yeah, there is not a lot here. I wonder if I can identify what the holdup is for... I am a moron. Hooray! What? Oh wait, they need to dismantle the device still. So again, waiting on the trade tickets. That's so that I can drop 60 influence, just requesting credits. Then we grab the Obsidian Ruins, the Artifact Patch. Actually, the Artifact Patches and the Obsidian alone. No, that's 100. No, that's 120. 160. So that thing brings me down. Okay, yeah. So with the 90, I would still need the. Actually, yeah. So the ruins on their own should be sufficient. And I hate going early on this sort of stuff, but I'm impatient. So. Okay, there we go. So it's revoked it. I should get it back through the natural passage of time. Okay, once more into the breach. What's the fuel storage look like? 19. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like with those two. So I decided to leave these empty on the odd chance that I do expand out my territory. At least with these, I have other expansion options. Whereas here, I know there's always going to be a crevice, and that's not going to change. Yeah, I need to figure out something better to do with channel points. I know people do like sound effects and things, but that doesn't quite seem to be. I don't know, like whenever I can, if I can, I try to do things that seem to make sense in the context of my own channel. And the idea of having like suddenly explosions go off or something like that. Yeah, stretch health check, like, but I feel like I should be doing that sort of stuff on my own. Like, I don't know, like, I feel like people shouldn't need to spend points to be my mom. Oh, actually, I was going to ask you, Vanguard, were you around when you, when we were talking about, Ryan Clark's it just occurred to me I can upgrade all these depots. We're talking about the Clark tank because I know as a game developer this is probably something you'd be interested in. Okay. If you've not checked it out, I highly recommend taking a look at Ryan Clark's. Hey, top influencer. Oh, okay. Apparently I'm already getting. Oh, no. Okay, so I was wrong. It's the number of stars that indicates that. Anyways, the founder of this company, founder of the company behind Industries of Titan, has several videos. They used to do this on Twitch, sort of talking about what they feel makes a good game and sort of how it pretty much just opens up the whole process of how Brace Yourself chooses what kinds of games to make and how they go about it to try and make sure that they, remain an operating company in the future. And I realize, you're not really at the point where you're choosing a game idea, but I'm assuming that, you would like to make a game after this one, and, you're going to be, you never know what the future's going to do, but I'm assuming you're not the type, either you're going to have wild success, and I think the path is obvious there, and I also would suspect if it's less than what you're hoping for, that you're still going to pursue it if you think it's something worth doing. So with that in mind, you may find that video interesting and useful to you. Okay, we don't want to go for bronze victory. And that was, I just happened to bring that up. Now, I was originally going to put... I'm still going to put it here. I just feel bad about it. Ryan Clark, yeah. It's called Clark Tank. But yeah, like, I gotta be honest with you, right? Like, the hook stuff I find very interesting, and I think is useful. Again, it's not necessarily the last word on all of this stuff. Mind you, I think probably it's not a bad idea to, to hear what someone like that has to say about these things, and at the very least sort of articulate, why one might do something differently, and sort of just have the reasoning worked out. The analogy I gave was like when I read some stuff in philosophy and I'm like, I'm not 100% sure why I don't really agree with this, but I can't quite bring myself to be like full on with this. And I tend to find this sort of stuff can be helpful, even if it just sort of helps you find some clarification for your own position, I guess. But yeah, I know because you're sort of aspiring towards work in the same field. That might be a... Yeah, no worries. It's very easy to recommend other people's content. It doesn't involve any work on my part at all.
Salvage complete.
I'm already a half hour over, but I'm trying to nudge this further along. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I don't have any knowledge, in that field, so it's a heck of a lot better to just let the experts talk. So I'm partly just building the hospital so I can see what it's like. I will build a park because I feel like it too. And then obelisks. At least 3 of them. No, I need this storage. I don't think I'm gonna get to the 440 citizens, but we'll give it a shot. Kind of depends how the rest of this turns out. It's like I'd be kind of reluctant to house people here, but housing people here I can see working. Actually, I may finally be at a point where I can connect the 2 roadways in a circle. We'll figure a way out of this. The funny thing is, I never really did solve the problem of where do I put all my people. I just kind of deferred it. This is one thing that disabling rebel invasions after destroying the camps does. Like, I'm just so lazy on this playthrough now. Oh, there isn't a path. I bamboozled myself. Balderdashed. Flimflammed. Feel like I'm gonna have to make another energy plant if I want to go nuts on the residential and office space. Okay, so I'm gonna need to wait to build the obelisk, but otherwise we'll get the hospital and the park up and running. That helps the livability, but more importantly, I just get to play with the new toys. That's my main reason for doing any of this stuff. Let's think about the rest of these. So I don't need the Zethane, so I'll take you for Tasty. Tasty artifacts. It's hard to complain about generating energy, but I don't think that really gets me that much either. Absorbs pollution's kind of nice, even if I'm not going to have residential areas nearby. Oh, our first death! Now, I was expecting this to have enough power, but... Okay, what about you? Zethane generation... not really good enough. Sensor range, maybe. This definitely. The park looks really nice. So I'm starting to get a bit low on isotopes. I should keep an eye on that. I'll confess, it does feel kind of wasteful to activate a few of these, but they're potentially useful in some ways. So, connection, nope. Can definitely go for the regeneration rate. Doesn't leave me a lot for training new citizens. Also, I rather surprisingly am back to draining my batteries. So I'm fine making another energy plant, but I do need a better answer in the short term. Actually, we've got a lot of batteries, so let's see if we can just run on our reserves. So this was the original plan all along. Although we probably don't have the tier 3 isotopes to do what the original plan was. Wow, 180. How's the livability looking? The nice park lets you ignore the oppressive oppressive building behind. Funny you should mention, I've seen Danny Baranowski's office, and that's exactly what that looks like. If I ever get to interview him, my first and only question will be, what deep dark secret does he know about Ryan Clark that allowed him to get the most expensive office at Brace Yourself Games? So again, we're trying to get to a gold victory here. Somewhat low-hanging fruit with 3 council obelisks. The remaining points are a bit trickier. Not as tricky as all that, though. So fuel stockpiler is an easy 5. Yeah, I actually need to think a little more carefully here, because I could be taking on probably more trouble than I really need. But first things first, let's make sure we don't completely run out of power. So just knowing now how expensive it is to upgrade this thing, that's cool and all, but I need to make sure that my energy plant is where I want it to be first. So we'll upgrade that, then we'll think about the park, then we'll think about the rest. Turns out doing the energy depot mission was a very good idea. One thing I can do to sort of cheese the, well, not cheese, but like one of the things I can do about the fuel philanthropist is they will count 1 fuel silo So they'll use, like, this counts as 1, even, like, it's connected. So originally this was 2, but I actually turned it from 2 into 1. So if you have one of those goals, and you want to make it easier for yourself, you don't double them up. The reason why I doubled them up is that I'm also being measured on the amount of fuel I'm stockpiling, and generally I do prefer to have connected fuel. Ooh, there's catching up. So yeah, for me, I made life a little more difficult for myself, but I can probably catch up with some small investments. Okay, well, we already kind of broke open some paths, so let's not worry about the mine rain. Yeah, we'll do the heal rate first. It'd be kind of nice if we could queue some of this stuff up. I feel like I spend a lot more in artifacts on new regions. But I only see 1 right now. But yeah, once this is up, once this energy plant is up, I'm going to review the points that I need for the remaining goals. Definitely the really hard to do ones are, like, I just need to do 2, and I would get to the gold victory, but the question is, can I achieve the same kind of victory without putting the same effort in? Because if I can do it in an easier way, that'll make me a lot happier. I think what I might also do is put a conversion center here. It's hooked up to a road network, so it'd be able to get rid of the waste. Wow. Well, I wouldn't normally want to spend the tier 3s, but I don't have much of an option. Okay, so that's the last power upgrade. That's good. We can still afford the new park, so we'll upgrade that as well. Don't have much for other upgrades, though, so I may have put myself on the back foot for the conversion center. Now, they are really struggling to get isotopes. So it may be time to expand out here. I did say that I was potentially going to build some residences and offices here, so that may be the way that we go through that. Although I did also say I was going to build council obelisks, so 1 here, 1 here. There you go. Actually, I probably should have bought tier 1 isotopes. Okay, let's see if I can find those other techs that I unlocked. Huh. Just the 1, huh? Oh no, there it is. Mine range. Still, it feels like... Okay, no, I did also go for the resource patch harvesting rate. Well, that's no good. Yeah, so this is kind of, to me, this is the indicator that I need more workers. 13 seems like that should be enough, but given the fact that we've got garbage piling up, that kind of tells me I need to fill out the numbers a bit. But that's why we're building the conversion center. Ideally to as high of a level as we can, but again, we've sort of sacrificed isotopes. Okay, pretty big hit to the grid, but we weathered it. So we're at 19 points. So, we're one away from a silver victory. I want to go for gold. So we can get 3 more points by building 9 more fuel silos. That is table stakes. That's a piece of cake for me to do. So that'll bring us up to 22. From 22, we need to get 30. So essentially, I need 8 more points, which means I need to do either 2 of these, or I need to do 1 of these and... So actually, the better way of saying is that I need to do 2 of any of these. Now, 10 energy plants is actually really easy for me to do. Then again, so is 10 offices. So like what we really just do here, we say, okay, 200 mineral CUs or 300 mineral CUs and 4 isotopes. Well, this is the lower value. Now, I believe these things do need to be powered, so I can't fully cheat. Oh, actually, sorry. Also, stockpiling fuel is a piece of cake. So let's start with the fuel silos. Then we probably automatically get fuel stockpiler, and I still think the answer is we just go for energy entrepreneur, because with our residences we can store up to 70, so 440 still requires quite a lot. So 9 fuel silos. Let's get those built. Oh, this is going to be brutal. I'm wondering if there's a way that I can somehow get, like, some tier 2 isotopes. Like, there's the storage. Oh, man, yeah. They've refined everything that they've got. That's... I didn't appreciate how slow that would be. Okay. Has to be done. Not that way. So I gotta secure more isotopes because this thing's gonna take forever to extract. So let's say I don't think I can actually build the fuel silos with what I've got. Yeah, got 7 down, but now we're out of isotopes. The whole point of putting these residential areas beside these roads was so that the waste could get cleaned up quite easily, but that doesn't seem to have turned into anything. Anyway, again, we're at the point here where we're just trying to make these numbers work out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, still waiting on 1 more. In a different playthrough, I would, you know, I'd do some tricks to try and, you know, double them up later and all of that. But at this point here, I'm really just trying to achieve victory.
Building complete. Building complete. Building complete.
Okay, so I got to build a pylon just because I put the command center in an inconvenient spot.
Conversion complete. Conversion complete.
Actually, I think it's slightly better. It's kind of debatable as to which one's better, but I'm gonna keep it there. Makes me feel better.
Building complete.
Okay, so Fuel Philanthropist is done. Like I said, oh yeah, no, hang on. So if we're at 22, well, that's 27. So yeah, I still need to get one of these because there's no more 3 or less. And clearly, it's energy plants. I could actually probably break these up already, so I would get 6, or 8 actually. Oh, we're apparently right on the razor's edge on fuel. That's fine. I think what I'll do is I will pause and lock in the victory just to be sure. But this is just a question of timing at this point. So we'll have 6 of 10. Six of 10. Yeah, so you need to actually have someone in it to count. But again, like the game's over as soon as we do this, so I'm not too fussed about it. Oh, but I do need to wait for top influencer again. Not that that should be hard. The rate at which we earn, 12.9 per minute is a truly appalling rate of increase. It's certainly something I'd love to have at the start of the game. And if this wasn't drowning in garbage, I'd probably be able to get even more by bringing in those ships, but that's fine. We'll trudge along. We need... So we've got 6, 7, 8, so 2 more once all's said and done. Yeah, we've got more than enough fuel, so I don't need to worry about sort of losing it on the back end. In terms of the fuel storage. If I did think I was going to lose on fuel storage, what I'd do is I'd actually build up more silos now, just to prepare. But all of this is just sort of ticking the boxes for management to give me my promotion. Okay, so this is the infrastructure we need. The rest is just clearing it out, or it's just getting it staffed. I don't actually know if the truck winds up taking the resources in this case. It's not that far for the storage facility anyway. It's if I'd been working, I still would have used a roadway through this, so it's not I'm not upset putting that in place. But yeah, so if it's not clear what I'm doing here, Industries of Titan have added a couple of victory conditions. So there's a campaign mode now, which is sort of your ultimate victory condition. But in order to win the map, it's no longer a question of just eliminating rebel camps. You always have the option of sort of doing the endless mode if you're so inclined. I've personally never been crazy about endless modes. I like that they're included inside of games because, again, it's just a recognition that people have different tastes. It's a little bit like Civilization having, 9 different difficulty levels. What do you think a game needs? I would have said easy, medium, and hard, but it turns out that I need 3 times as many, apparently. At least if you're Civ. So, like, I like the idea that there, if you're someone who maybe likes a bit more of a challenge, it's you can stay on the the bucking bronco as long as you want. I do like the new system. I like the fact that you get to be a little clever in terms of trying to figure out how to go about things. Oh, nuts. I think I'm going to be short because I need to retain a certain number of monetized citizens. Yeah, we're at 28 because of this nonsense. Okay. There are ways around this. So what we're going to do is we are going to say... This is actually the easiest thing. This is the easiest problem for me to deal with. I'm just going to move... Clean up above... Actually, we're just going to move that above everything. Next up, anybody who's not doing sort of an immediately necessary job. So I need the obelisks running. I need the scientists. I'll keep the hospital going, I suppose. But we don't need the mine going. I'll maybe keep these, I'll keep these guys extracting. What else? We do need somebody working the smokestack. The other thing I could try doing is just building more residential areas, but that feels like a dumb way of handling it. So I'm doing this so I can get the artifacts for the conversions. So I don't really have a way of prioritizing this stuff. I think I just kind of need the waste generation to take its course. Which is not maybe my favorite way of handling the end of this level, but if we don't see improvement on here, maybe I'll keep a couple of extra residential areas in my back pocket. I'm pretty sure we should be able to see this go through. Yeah, like this drives me insane, right? Like, clearly the residential area needs to be a higher priority than clearing out empty plots. There's only so much of this to get, like, taken care of, right? Like, eventually they are going to run out of waste to... they're going to run out of waste to clean off the ground. So, you know, if this is what it takes... Right? If they're gonna just, you know, if they're gonna make me watch them pick up every bit of dirt off of the field, maybe this is their revenge for me not paying them at the start of the playthrough. But yeah, if they're not gonna handle this, then, you know, fair enough. Because like this is, I have 22 people working these jobs right now. Like there's. For whatever reason, they've decided that this is the most important thing they can be doing. But like I said, the good news is that we've already got a huge storage facility for all of this. So there's only so much they can... There we go. Normally, I would just like let this run and show you what it looks like, but we're on the gold victory now, so all we needed to do was just get one of the residential centers.
We will note this on your performance review, Founder. A promotion could be in order.
So, Ironside Systems, 10 hours, 7 minutes, 48 seconds. In real time, 6 hours, 15 minutes, 35 seconds. I think this is the most time I've spent on the fast mode. Campaign, normal, standard investment, market cap details. Does it say the total value? I guess we have to add this up ourselves. Oh, no, it's right here. So that is, this is thousands, million, 3,166,864,896 credits. Which I think I actually at some point worked out. No, sorry. I worked out a cap value for the credits. I didn't actually work out a dollar value in the real world. But that might actually be a really fun video to do, to try and estimate a real world dollar value for Industries of Titan. Anyways, I'm going to hit the continue campaign button. I need to finish for tonight because I'm already an hour over and I've got both writing to do as well as all of the upgrades to implement. But let's just take a quick look at what the campaign map looks like when you get to the next phase. Those wanting to start their own venture must either work their way to the top or come to Titan already moneyed. There's a separate port for the latter that most never get to see. So the objective for this is to capture 2 corporate sectors. So these are highlighted. These are the areas that I've already been. So one started, so this is the one that we automatically started with. This is what we just accomplished. Now, not every tile is available to you. I'm assuming that this will put us in. So the way that I would pursue this for myself would be probably here and then here. Now, the catch is this one, short length but hard rebel aggression and 4 rebel camps. This one is listed as long, also with 4 rebel camps, but easy rebel aggression. So there's sort of a question in terms of do I want to barrel towards the things that will get me these corporate sectors and win me the game, or do I instead want to try and pursue some more objectives? Because the thing that's nice here is that I now have favors which I can use to improve different aspects of my city corp. So one thing that I had done, I invested quite heavily in employees. What I might do in a future run would be to put more points inside of research speed, or alternatively, because I found that research was being completed so quickly, but what I was struggling with was getting sort of over the hump for those last few victory points. Maybe I just want to give myself an advantage at the start. Or maybe I could say, I actually really like the idea of starting off with a shipyard. So instead, I'm gonna actually put a bunch of extra I'm gonna put a bunch of extra points into credits. So essentially, it's not necessarily to your advantage to beeline for the corporate sectors. Sometimes it can be wise to do some of the intermediate sectors. This is one of the reasons I went for a short mission, was that I could get 20 points. It seemed at least 20 points was fairly easy to achieve. I could get 20 points for to launch towards one of the other sectors that would work to my advantage. Now again, I got to be honest, because I am planning on doing a pretty substantial just clean of my hard drives and all of that. It is possible that I will not be able to continue this playthrough. But I think what I'll probably do is, if it seems like I'm not going to be able to preserve this save, and this really just depends on Epic and its cloud save. I really don't know what's going on with that. But what I'll do is maybe I will do I'll do a campaign on my own, and I can I'll get myself to a similar position like this, right? Like a gold win on one of the tiles, and that way you don't have to see sort of the opening moves over and over again. But from what I understand, people like watching Industries of Titan, so like maybe it's not so bad that we, in the end, the map's going to be the map, and we're still going to, build stuff and try to achieve different objectives. I did want to make sure that we at least put this mission to bed, though. So, with all of that in mind, thank you everybody for watching. I'm going to see who's streaming. I think those of you who were here on Monday will know I sort of said, I always seem to get burned by hosting strangers, and just so you know, I can't vouch for whatever's coming on the other end. And sure enough, just a total jackass. I'm sure they were like nice enough on their own, but like just a really inappropriate joke. And I didn't actually want to say anything originally, but the guy eventually turned around and was saying, oh, chat's loving it. And I'm like, no, I'm actually really not okay with what you're doing right now. And where I could have been quiet and just let you do your own stream, like now that you've said that my silence is endorsement, I kind of need to speak up. So I'm going to take a quick look here and see if anybody's playing Industries of Titan with the usual caveat. And if not, yeah, and I suspect for some people, like, that's fine. Like, I try not to be too much of a stick in the mud. I'm actually quite tolerant in terms of what I think is acceptable as far as jokes. But, like, particularly when I've been given a key for something from a developer, like, I don't know, I definitely consider what is appropriate, and to a certain extent, I'm not responsible for other people, but like it is getting to a point where I sometimes wonder if it's worth it to, like, for me, I love it when there's games where, I like the community, and sometimes there have been times where I've wanted to stream a game more because it seems that there's like a big host or a positive host or something like that comes through. That's great to do, and I want to try and help build that. But it just feels like so many times in a row, it's just like people who, like, it's not even like a low quality stream you can deal with. Like, I'm a low quality stream. But people who are just like genuinely unpleasant to deal with, it's a really, really hard thing to deal with. And it's worse now because Twitch only lets you do raids. So you can't unraid. You can unhost, but a raid transfers the audience over. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I do see that. Oh, so I don't see any Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade, unfortunately, but I do see Outworld is still streaming. Outworld took a big long break, but he now has his own place to live, and he's playing Dead Rising and seemed to be having just an absolute blast with it. So I'm gonna host him. Yeah, I did not like that guy. He's not the worst person that I've rated, but I've never played it. But yeah, anyways, here's the thing, like, if it was edgy and like genuinely funny, I could maybe get it, but it wasn't. It was like it was a really bad joke, and it was a really inappropriate joke. Like, again, I'm a big fan of the comedian Frankie Boyle. Frankie Boyle has got some really brutal stuff in his material, but man, it is not hard to see where that comes from and what the point of that is. And it's almost like people have completely forgotten that there is actually like a point to some of this stuff. Anyways, I'm ranting. I should have saved the rant for the halfway point of the stream. Please enjoy Outworld. He's somebody who I've known for a long time on Twitch and under various guises. He normally does Mortal Kombat, But again, he's been having an absolute blast with Dead Rising, and it's always nice to host people who are having fun. So I hope you have a good evening. I may not be on Friday, but I'll see you Monday, if not sooner. Bye.